I just did my introduction and I didn't go live. Okay. So, yeah, the difference between a living cell and computer technology is that a living cell is literally a written living word. It's not eternal, but it's a literal written living word. And that's what makes living things different from computer technology. Anyway, how's everybody doing?
Doing great, man.
So we had a good discussion going on over at John's channel, and some people wanted to continue the discussion. So we decided to come over here and start this. I was thinking of sharing some conversations that I have with atheists. If somebody, you know, um, that if somebody wants to watch that. But in the meantime, you guys can continue your conversations if you would like. What do we got here? Private chat. Waffle maker, be right back. Okay.
Oh no, it
Anyway,
looks like everybody fell off.
yeah, everybody's be right back. Let's see, private chat, comments. Okay, well, let me just go ahead and start the conversation. I'm going to share some things, the conversations that we're having. Unless if do you have anything that you want to start off with? Pigs can fly.
Well, I was on different subjects whenever we were on the other stream in John's channel. We went from basically like different conspiracy theories to stuff about the vaccine to of course stuff about atheism and what was like salvation based upon things like that. So it was kind of all over the place, but honestly, like I said, I just wanted to kind of cover more of what we were talking about with Sal and his channel whenever he did the live stream. It was actually like a rebroadcasting, but um, yeah, like I said, it was he had Dr. Donald Kronos there and Dr. James Carter, and they were just discussing, like the likelihood of abiogenesis occurring, and it just baffled me because Dr. Kronos, he just made the assertion that this could clearly have happened at the bottom of the ocean at the hydrothermic vents. Like all the proteins that were necessary, all the enzymes, the lipids, the DNA, the RNA, all of it was formed here at the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, that just didn't jive with me. I'm like, I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, you got to be kidding me! Like, what kind of a Looney
Well,
Tune land do you live in?
doesn't everything fall apart in water like that?
Exactly. So these prebiotic materials, they're water soluble, and therefore they break down whenever they're in the water, right? It's just
Yeah.
something that's automatic. So
Even
unless it's already a fully formed cell that is able to withstand that kind of, especially that kind of pressure. Because think about it, we're talking about the bottom of the ocean. Like normal things would
even
die. So
even like they say the lipids, even the lipids are
right.
basically grease that breaks down with water too.
Exactly, and I mean, I know that there are certain cases where lipids can rapidly form, but even if that were true, right, you still have to accommodate the DNA being fully formed, the RNA strands that are separating that to remix and hash out another form of DNA strands, so that it can split. Right, that's the whole point. It's supposed that so that it can reproduce. You have to have the enzymes that can correct the coding, or I guess you could call it coding, more or less, or it takes the amino acids that are not functioning right out of the sequence, and then it inserts one that is supposed to be functioning there, right? I mean, with all of these things, they are in place. You don't have a functioning cell. It doesn't make any sense. And I mean, even if we're being generous with the numbers on what required materials would it take to make just one really, really basic cell, I mean, you're talking about like hundreds of thousands, like hundreds of thousands of things have to be in the exact same place on within a thousandth of a micron's width. That's crazy. That is insane to think about. I mean, the way that Dr. James Tour put it, he's like, it would have to be raining, literally raining, for like millions of years. Like, it would just have to be straight up raining these prebiotic materials, and even that wouldn't be enough for it to really have the likelihood that we're talking about. It just doesn't make any sense.
Shalom, Luca. How you
Hello.
doing?
Hey, what's going on, Luca? How you doing,
Fine.
man?
How's everything?
Can you hear me fine? I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah, I hear
sounds
you.
good. Sounds
Okay.
good here.
How are you guys? It's
We're
birthday.
doing good. We're
Uh,
talking
Doing really
about.
good.
Nice to see you, pigs.
Hey, it's a
Eh,
pleasure. It's been good to see you, man.
okay. We didn't have any occurrence to discuss our last interaction, so happy to
Yeah.
see you. I do not want to interrupt you. Please.
Well, I mean, so you're a chemist, right? So you work
Yes.
thoroughly. So you
And
work on like
my
organic structures.
sorry.
You work on organic structures.
Uh, I did work for my thesis on polymers, so
Okay.
yes, we
Okay.
are.
Okay. And so, as far as like the best theories concerning abiogenesis, my understanding so far is that we believe that at hydrothermic vents,
Mhm.
these functioning prebiotic materials came together, and that's how we have the first cell. Is that your understanding of that?
Uh, yes, but it's not so simple.
Right.
I think that in the last year or so, they found out a lot of interesting things about biogenesis. Um, I did post to Standing for Truth a good paper on it. They found out a way to obtain homochirality in uh, early Earth scenario. So,
So
uh,
homochirality. So just to be clear, this is for people that are in like the chat or watching.
mhm,
Homochirality is like where you have like the left-handed and right-handed amino
yeah,
acids, and they have to go in hand, right? Like, okay,
they found out a way to obtain that in nature.
right, okay,
So it's a very huge thing to have.
okay.
So
Yeah, I
yeah,
just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand that, and that other people could also be on the same page there. So they were to do this according to the paper. What was the method they were able to show homochirality coming into existence there?
it's quite good because I had a discussion with Tony, Anthony. Did you know? Now it call itself on the internet Godfather, Godfather, Anthony Maris. Did
Okay.
you? Okay, I have had a discussion with this guy,
Yes.
and I did predict the way the paper explained, and it is with chromatography, liquid one. So basically, is a physical process. It's not even chemical, and it can be used to obtain this homochirality. You have something like that when you drop a drop of wine on tissue. Uh, the various compounds move on the tissue in a different uh, speed, so they uh, part. Okay, and that's a Yes, chromatography.
Okay.
Think about it on liquids because we are talking about liquids here, and so two liquids interacting, and those liquids are parting something inside one of the two. It's not so simple, but it's a process that we know about.
No, I appreciate you letting me know about that. Would you mind sending me that paper to my Gmail if I put it here in the chat?
Yeah, I think I can find it. Give me a
Okay.
minute.
Yeah, I just want to take a good look at that and see if I'm not missing anything there.
Yeah, I. It's quite technical. I say that because
It's
it's
okay.
like
I know a good bit
very
about
basic.
chemistry, so
Yes, yes. I
I'm not a
just
master or anything.
no. I'm not too. But it's fair to say that. Okay, let's see. You guys go on. I okay. Found the paper, and it's free. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
it's in the private chat. I have my Gmail there if
Yeah,
you just want to
yeah.
send me a quick email.
I have the paper. No, I just have to search for the link, and we are good. Good. These guys are good.
But so essentially, from what I understand, you're saying that if you have certain liquids that are falling and that they disrupt other chemical liquids, is that right? It would just, of course, cause the amino acids to shift in such a way that they would perform
Uh,
or come close enough together where
yeah.
they would form high chirality.
Here we are talking about
Hmm.
organic compound on the bigger picture, but yes.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me if you can see it, and we are good. I did not search for any updates on the matter.
Okay.
Uh, I have to because in science things go on, and those guys are. I know that they wrote at least one other paper on the subject, so it's their thing.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get a good opportunity to take a look at that, just because I like to do research as well to see if I'm like looking at the evidence properly.
Hmm. Oh, what I say every time. If you want to have good evidence, I think that Google Scholar it's a good start.
Yeah.
And I
Hmm.
do not say for because you can find only papers from secular sources. It's not true. You can find young Earth papers
Right.
too. So it's neutral. If you
Okay.
want to go to a site, I think that Google Scholar it's a good start.
No, I appreciate that. I'm definitely gonna take a look at
Don't worry, it's like Google but only for papers.
that.
And it's good because it's quite simple to use. I did use some other engines, but when you, I think it was no Sayab. It's for other things. Um, I did use some for research purpose, but they were almost impossible to use for common people. You
Okay.
need to actually connect from a university to get in those engines.
Right.
So I cannot even do it from my own.
So, Jungle wanted this discussion to be more or less about atheism and
Mhm.
you just like different aspects of like how they view things. So we understand that you're an atheist. What?
Yes.
So I just want to get your perspective. What would it take for you to be convinced otherwise that atheism was basically false? What would it take for you? You think?
I was talking about it with
Sorry, my fault. Sorry about
That's all good.
that.
so I approve that will convince me. A lot of Christian that I spoke with, they say that their God is talking to them. So
Right.
someone to be able to tell me something that cannot know.
That
And
like otherwise they shouldn't know. Is that what you mean?
yes,
Okay.
something that I only can know, and it will be a good proof for me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can do that. I could I could probably pray about it, man. But
Yeah, but it will be a good one. No?
absolutely, I agree
If
with you.
you can speak with a god, you can know everything. So that's a good way to know.
No, I completely agree with you. I think that well, obviously in the scriptures it says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of all wisdom, and so we should come to wisdom and understanding through that. But I'm not saying that every single person that comes to wisdom is going to be fearful of the Lord. It's more of like a respect thing. It's not about
Yeah,
like fear of going to hell or something like that.
I get it, but if I need proof, that's a good one. Because if
Yeah.
I ask for a miracle, it's too much. So
Hmm.
just to know something, it's not a very big thing. So I think it's feasible to ask for some kind of evidence like that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't think that's like outside of like the realm of understanding. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I really talk about it. So think about it. So yeah, that's my thing. If someone can do it, I will be pretty shaken from it. So it would not prove any god for sure.
Yeah.
Uh, to be sure that's your god, you need to do more. But if you do
Right.
something like that, does need does mean at least that you have some supernatural ability.
See,
No, I completely agree.
our God is the real God, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, the thing is to prove it to me.
Yeah.
So
Well,
a good way to start
uh,
it's that to tell me something that I can only know, and
so
that's
I don't know if it would prove
then
it to you if I give you my testimony, but I was an agnostic, leaning towards atheism for a long time, like 13 years, and my wife and I we both came to Jesus at the same time because my wife was demon possessed and I didn't realize that she was. I was, like I said, I was agnostic. I didn't believe in demons, things like that, until after this had happened. But it really woke me up for sure. And she was a spiritualist. She had never laid her hand on the Bible before. Didn't even know what demons were. The closest thing that she had to that, even that kind of notion, was what they would call skinwalkers. I don't know if you ever heard of that before, but it's a Native American like folk tale basically that there are people that like make pacts with evil spirits and then they can shapeshift into animals and things like that.
okay.
Um, yeah, that's like the closest thing that she had ever heard of, and
That is tribal. That is tribal for
yeah,
sure. Yeah.
yeah, because she's mixed blood, so she's Navajo and Hopi Indian Native American, and so she was putting like I don't know if you know of any of their practices, but she would take ashes and she would put them around the house, and that was supposed to be for like spiritual protection. and she would pray to her ancestors, things like that. And again, so she had never like read the Bible, never put her hand on it, nothing like that. And so when this all happened, her demeanor entirely changed. I can actually give you the testimony video if you want to watch that. It's much more, it gives you a much better breakdown, and she's the one talking, so you can hear from both sides. But I'm not sure if that's like a good evidence for you. I understand that you're going to be more skeptical as an atheist, but
Uh, I did interact with the
yeah, go
weekend,
ahead.
and yeah, I do know that if you are doing things like that, sooner or later something will answer you. And for what so I did have some
Hmm.
experience, and they were pretty good ones. Uh, I went to a school, and it was a very old building.
Yeah.
We are talking about an ancient villa, like
Okay.
Napoleon the First was there. His sister married in that building.
Okay.
Just to lay out how old it is, and ghost stories. That's the perfect building for it.
Right.
Uh, just very ancient. To World War, it was used as an hospital. Many,
Oh
many
wow.
people died there.
Yeah.
Then, just to add things, it was an asylum.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that'd be even worse.
Okay, and now it's a school.
Yeah,
And
because
yeah,
they used to do electric shock therapy a lot, and
okay. So I was in a literal hell of a building, and I did see things, and I was not even alone. I
wow.
can tell you that me and a friend,
Hmm.
we see doors shutting down by themselves. So and then steps out of nowhere, uh, the whole thing. Oh.
Yeah.
So I did see a lot of things that I cannot explain, but
Right.
I cannot rule out that there is an explanation. And
Hmm.
the most important thing is that when you are talking to yourself, doing rituals and so on, something will always answer to you. And
Right.
for me, it's yourself. Uh, it's possible to have paranormal. Yeah, I think so because I did see a lot of strange things. As I said, I was in a literal ghost building, so yeah, possible. I'm convinced about it. No, not really.
So
No. Okay.
Luca,
Go ahead.
you George Bond was wanting to know about the title of the discussion here, which is what's the difference between living cells and computers? And when I started off the discussion,
Hmm.
the difference being that living cells are a literal, written, living word. We're not eternal because we're corrupt and we're degrading, but we are. Each one of us is a literal, written, living word. Even the animals are. And to me, that makes a difference between living cells and computers and other mechanisms, directed working mechanisms. What do you think?
Okay, I think that nature is always hard to get. If we look to a cell right now, it's hard to imagine that something like that came out from just chemicals. But if you really think about it, I think you can get how. Yes, we do not know how it happened, but I do know enough to think it's possible. I do not find these kind of things so
So to
absurd.
to
So
get from an inanimate hard
yeah,
drive and information to
we
a
are talking
living.
about chemicals, so uh, you can get to me telling me how it's even possible to have such complexity in nature, because if you look at any compound you will find
Because inside
there.
cells you have information jumping around. It's responding to the environment. It's a living organism, and that's to me
I
it's quite different from just a hard drive and information.
For what I can tell, we are thinking about it all wrong. We are thinking that something gave information to these things, and if for me we are in a very beautiful and complex world, and maybe information is just the end product of the complexity of the universe itself. Because if you look at how complex is even hydrogen, uh, I cannot
Because
say.
the information is one thing. How you can have information, how you can have a hard drive, how you can have directed working mechanism. That's one thing. But the thing is alive. The the
Yeah,
information inside of us is living. It's jumping around. It's moving information from one place to another. It's
my
signaling.
point
It's
is,
responding. It's reacting. It's alive. That's the thing.
Jungle, my point is that for me, everything needed for us and everything that is surrounding us is inside uh, every atom. So
So,
I
but you
did
think, but not
study.
the information. The information is inside the atom. I don't think it is.
No, what I'm telling you, it's anything needed to those things to form are inside it. So we are more than the sum of our parts, and
Right.
I agree. But anything needed to get there, you can find it in any atom, and that's my stance on it.
Yeah.
Uh, I think that we can start with energy and go on to life without a god. For me, it's not needed to have an actual god. Uh, we just need what we have, energy.
Re, Regardless of the complexity, you think it just all can come together and you
The
know.
thing is that when you study chemicals and biology, they are not as complex as actual atoms. If you try to study, and I did try to study a little bit about quantum mechanics, you can get how complex are things.
We
So
can we can we can understand the chemical reactions. The chemical reactions are easy to understand. It's just
yeah,
the sequence and the
they
order.
are easy to understand if you do use some model to simplify it.
But when
You
you when you get in When you get
You
into
know, example
information,
that
you're talking about you're sequencing chemicals in a
yeah,
way that conveys a message. You know.
let's be clear. You know about Schrödinger equation. You know what it is. I cannot even write down the thing. It's too complex to do for me. But you know what is the Schrödinger equation?
The
Yes, I do.
The
I've heard of it.
Schrodinger equation. Yeah, yeah.
It's equation for describing the
The
movement.
existence or
Uh,
movement. Yeah.
no, just how
Well,
an electron
how
moves.
every that's regarding the singularity. How everything will
No,
collapse.
no, no, nothing to do with it.
The Schrodinger equation. That's how matter will collapse in on itself. In a
Uh,
Okay, so my understanding of
no, maybe
the
I'm wrong. I'm talking about the equation for the movement of the electron
okay,
around a single um,
an
proton.
proton. Okay. Well,
Okay,
that's yeah. Those are forces that are bound together. There and they
it's
make up
not
matter.
what it's important about it. The my point is that we can solve that equation just for the hydrogen. Anything more complex than a single hydrogen, we cannot solve that equation, and we need to simplify that. Any supercomputer is not powerful enough to
But
solve that.
but you don't see these actions in chemicals. You don't see super
Yes, you
programming in
do.
chemicals.
It's not true. Yes, you do. You need to solve that equation to know exactly what's going on in the chemicals, and you cannot. You can just simplify the equation to get close, and we can use a very powerful computer to do so, but we can get close, and that's all we can do. So yes, it's a part of a chemical reaction, and it's why we can not know for sure what's happening in those chemicals.
so Luca,
And just to make you understand how complex it is, reality. And for me, you do not need to go further. You do not need a god. Energy is, for what we know, at least eternal, and
But energy can't order itself. Energy can't create itself, and we see it
for what
ordered.
we know,
And we see it created.
example, let's be clear. We do not know anything. So for what we can tell, energy is eternal.
I mean,
But
we
okay,
know if you bounce a ping pong ball, the ping pong ball is going to be bouncing, but eventually it'll stop bouncing.
yeah, but it's just if you look to quantum mechanics, you will know that what we observe at the macro level, it's completely different at the
Yeah, it's just energy,
quantum.
just smaller amounts of energy at the quantum level. That's all it is.
so I think a good question to ask would just be what is energy, and then from there try to understand whether or not it
Yes,
exists a part of
I
its
do
apart
not
from itself.
know. We can tell a great deal about those particles, but at the end, we can get just that far. Uh, it's even incredible that we do know so much about electrons, protons, neutrons, and going further, quarks, I think.
Quarks, yeah.
So we can get just that far. Maybe we will know more in some years, but it's just staggering that we know what we know. Uh, just think about it. Very, very smart people were able to tell how an atom behaved decades ago. I cannot even wrap my head around it. How they did it, it
Well,
was incredible.
yeah, the way atoms behave is according to the properties that they have
Right.
Yeah.
with
Their
their
electrical charge, things like
And my
that.
point
the
is,
yeah the
we
way
do
they're
not
bound.
need anything else. How we get to matter and energy? Matter, I think that some very smart
Well,
physicists can explain
the
that, but
amazing thing to me, Luca, don't you think this is amazing that most of the most common elements are necessary working parts inside of us without which we wouldn't exist?
we can agree that's incredible. But I do not think do you need a god for that.
Well,
Uh,
you need
my point is that what we have in the natural world it's enough. And
you need the laws of physics for that.
yeah, and we do not know why this universe is behaving in that way, but uh, I just need to stop to energy. Energy is a thing, as those characteristic, and from that we can have everything we have.
Because
And
So,
I need a god for that.
you don't usually find working parts that are just laying around waiting to be used. You basically have to make working parts.
The problem with this kind of analogy is that we are not talking about simple parts. We are talking about energy. Energy is a
Nanotechnology.
very peculiar thing and behaves in a certain ways. So, uh, chemicals, energy, those particles have their laws, and if we follow them, I think we can get to life.
Big,
so Luca,
yeah,
just
go
real
ahead.
quick. Okay, so if we're assuming that the Big Bang took place, right, from like a quantum field of some kind, the singularity. Um,
I
okay,
do
so
not.
no, I'm just saying if we're going based off of the theory itself, my understanding is that there's a singularity, and then of course, all these the matter that was within that singularity was being rotated at excessively high speeds. We can't even imagine or fathom that speed. And then it was just thrust forward at one given point. And that's why we have the Big Bang, supposedly. That's what we're supposed to say is understandable here. Um, so, what I want to know is because I know you've probably heard of Stephen Hawking, right? The physicist.
Yeah, yeah.
So he said that because the law of a law such as the law of gravity exists, that the universe can exist in its current state, right?
Yes.
But I think even more fundamentally is if atoms are electrically charged, right? The electricity or the charge itself is actually paramount. It's required for things to even to come into existence at all. So does that make sense? Like if you didn't have those electrical charges, you wouldn't have electrons and protons that were coming together in the first place to make matter
Yeah, my
or
point
elements.
exactly is we need to start from something, and you guys are just taking another step. What I'm telling you is we do know that reality is a thing, that we have energy, matter, and so on. And you're just making another step, telling me that there is a God that
Well, then I
created
wasn't. No, I was
this.
just saying that I think it's more fundamental than just the law of gravity because that's what he was saying would be like the
I
required
get your
thing.
point. My point is, I can agree that anything uh, could go wrong, but if any of those things were wrong, uh, the universe would collapse on itself. So we can be here just if those things work out. So for what we know, there are thousands of instances where anything was just
Well, I
was.
mean, what are the chances of getting one working part that's essential, and we have 20 working parts that are the elements themselves that are essential to life, and then they have to be ordered and programmed into growing into different living things. I mean, it seems it
You
seems kind
know,
of
Campbell, the thing is, when I heard these things, it's like, yeah, it's so complex. We cannot get to that, and then people, not like you, but because I think all people here are honest people. I do like to talk with you guys, and I do not think that you are doing this on purpose. But when I listen to people that are doing this for job, it's their job to do so. They stop. They say, "Okay, this thing is too complex to be," uh, and then they do not uh, try to find an explanation anymore. And that's when I can understand that someone it's not really trying, and it's easy to do so. It's easy to look to something and tell anyone it's too complex to uh, be there, and it's
yeah,
not how science work.
it could go both ways though. I mean, just to say that matter is responsible for matter being programmed is not an answer either. That's the
uh,
same. It's the same appeal to a
there is
God.
a difference. We know that matter and energy are there. If I can tell you, I do not know how it is possible to energy to be there, but it's there.
It is
So
there.
we can start from that because we know that energy is a thing.
Yeah, matter
If
and
you
energy.
tell me, yeah, but you need a god to get there.
But you're
My
making
point is, prove to me that a god exists
you,
and we can
but
talk.
you don't see like that's making matter and energy your God.
I do not have any god, so I just start for what I can see. Matter and energy are a thing, so we can start
But
from there.
but you're
I mean, not
giving
to.
How did matter and energy come from?
but you're giving the credit. You're giving the credit and the glory to matter and energy though.
I'm not giving anything. I just telling you we know that those things exist, so we can start from there. If you want to tell me that something caused it, you just need to prove to me that that thing is real, because we know that the
Well,
energy is real.
we're a fabrication. We're a fabrication though. We're real fabricated matter, which
Yeah,
means
but show
there has
me
to
to
be a
me the
fabricator.
creator. If it, hmm? Yes, if a creator is a thing, you need to show that that creator is real. It's my point. If you ask me, okay, prove
Well,
to me
then,
that energy is a thing,
if it
we
wasn't real, then you wouldn't be real.
how can you tell?
Luca, just for a comparison, just want to ask your opinion on this. So you understand that obviously we have the capacity to create like video games, like a virtual reality.
Yeah,
So what would be the difference between making a virtual reality that has its own laws of physics within the game, and then we create characters, and then we give that character the ability for them to be sentient. They are sentient life now, right? They have their own time. They have their own time, time scale, everything, right? They might even be operating on a different measurement of time as well, right?
okay.
But who's to say that if they are sentient, they're going to realize that they were created if they didn't have anything else to go off of? Does that make sense?
My answer is it's pretty much impossible to do so, but my point is until you can prove that a creator exists, is at least for science is useless to infer. So uh, if a creator does exist, until you can prove that it's real, you cannot tell there is. And I do not want to um, make people atheist or nothing. I
Right.
just think that for
No,
me,
I don't
the
think that you're trying to
more I
argue for
think
that.
about it, and if you tell me, okay, but if there is a creator and it's setting you up with those rules and you cannot tell that that creator is there, how can you show it? I cannot.
Right. No,
So
that's what I'm
yeah,
getting
in
across
theory
is
it's
that
possible what you are telling me, but can you understand that when we are um, we are here and we are trying to figure things out just to tell, okay, there is a creator and so on and so forth. It's almost dangerous to do so over the process of science. I can tell you, I'm not convinced on an existence of God. Okay,
right.
uh, but it's dangerous to do the opposite. To tell, okay, God exists, start from there in science. It's dangerous to do so. And if you want to believe in God, outside science, I don't think it's a problem until you
So I
do
would
that.
I would have to argue because you're saying that it's dangerous to assert that there is a God,
Yeah.
but you're saying that so essentially what my understanding is that you're implying that religion is a danger to society. Is that right? Or it's dangerous to
No,
have that kind of
I'm
notion?
talking about science. If you are doing science, you need to remove bias.
Well, so
And religion is a
science can
bias.
only handle what's in the physical or what can
Yeah.
be physically measured and understood, right? So if something, so
Yeah, yeah,
imagine
yeah.
we're
My
talking about
point,
something that is spiritual or outside of our realm of reality, then how in the world would we ever come to that conclusion through science? I don't really understand where you're coming from.
I cannot do that. So my point is, when you are doing science or talking about science, God needs to be in another place. Even if it's real, you need to prove it. So you cannot start from God it's real in science.
Right,
When
but
you
what I'm
are
saying is that we
saying,
obviously wouldn't be able to do that with science if science only handles the physical
yeah, yeah,
reality that we exist in, right?
it's my point. For me, you can. Um, why it's I will answer to that. So
Hmm.
I'm just talking about science. Uh, when you are doing science, you need to remove all bias. Okay, so just when you are working on science, outside of it, you can believe anything you want. It's dangerous, George, because you need to remove bias to do science. If you do not, you will start with a conclusion like God, it's real. So I need to prove that, and the
Well, okay,
problem.
so everyone's going to have their biases, though, and that includes materialists. If they're just a straight materialist, they're going to obviously, reject claims that are spiritual in nature or anything else like that, right? Just like whenever you said earlier that you believe that you encountered a ghost experience, obviously you don't know it for 100% that that's a fact, but you do believe that it's possible, right? So I would consider
Yeah,
you like an agnostic, but
exactly. If you are doing science, you can.
right,
Okay, we are humans, so bias is a thing.
right.
But to do science is to try to remove that bias in any shape or form. If a science find proof for God, you need to go through, even
Lu-
though, yes,
Luca,
yeah,
how did the belief in God um, become dangerous to Newton, Kepler, Maxwell, Faraday, Kelvin? I can go through a list of creation scientists, as, longer than your arm. That
yes.
just that what you're saying is ridiculous. Really, it's ridiculous.
If you can understand me, I'm not saying you cannot have a belief, and uh, just that when you are doing science, you need to remove your religion at, and that's something that even religious scientists say, because you need to
But
remove your bias to do not, so you
but hold on,
will
Luca, hold on.
go.
Russell Humphreys developed his theory or his model of predicting planets' magnetic fields
Mhm.
based on what the Bible said about the creation of the earth. So how is that dangerous? It's actually assisted Humphreys in that regard. It wasn't dangerous at all.
I mean, there are multiple examples I could give of people that came to the realization that there were things in physical reality that it could not be explained, but were explained directly from the Bible. Like, for instance, um, there's Matthew Fontaine Maury, right? He's a admiral in the Navy that realized
Correct.
there were currents that were underwater. This is something they could never test before, right? And he was, I want to say he's back in the 40s or something. I don't remember. I don't remember if he was in the 40s or 50s, but he's called the modern father of navigation. I mean, he came to the realization that these things existed and was able to chart out um, underwater pathways, or what you would call currents today. And
Mhm.
I mean, that to me, that was something that was directly pulled from the Psalms in the Bible. So nobody else knew about this until he realized that that was the case. I mean, there's multiple examples of things like this, in history.
Pigs. The other example, I forget the young Earth creation scientist, but he worked for NASA, and when they were looking at designing the landing craft to land on the moon, they
Right.
assumed, because of the deep time paradigm, that
Hmm.
the Earth would have meters and meters of dust, and they were worried that the craft would literally sink. And he
Yeah,
made the
into the moon.
prediction.
Yeah.
He made the prediction based around a 6,000-year-old Earth and universe that they would only find probably 3 to 4 inches of dust based on the sun's rays degrading the material on the moon, and he was found to be correct. So how is that dangerous? It actually helped the actual landing of the moon. I mean, they still provided the large discs on the landing pads, but he was proven correct.
But if it was not, what the problem is in science, As I said multiple times, you need to remove bias. You need to work with data, and science itself is a process to remove bias. If you start with the conclusion, it's more than a bias, and it's dangerous to do so.
Well,
If
Francis,
you is
Francis,
telling
Francis,
you, sorry, I can.
Francis, Francis Bacon was a creationist. He developed the scientific method for
Hmm.
exactly that purpose, to remove the bias. So he was a
Yeah,
creationist that developed the scientific method. How is
my
he
point is,
biased?
when you are utilizing science, you need to leave God out of the picture. When you are not doing that, you can be a believer and do whatever you want. When you are in a lab working as a scientist, you
Well,
need to.
Francis Bacon did exactly that. That's
Yeah,
what the
okay.
scientific method is.
My point is, when you are doing science, it's dangerous to put God in the picture. In your private life, you can do whatever you want.
Well,
It's
look,
not a
just another example though of things that were already in the Bible that were scientifically proven true now. So it talks about the fountains of the deep, right? Fountains of the deep. This is talking about a literal underwater fountain, right? We know that there are hydrothermic vents that are at the bottom of the ocean, right? So this is a literal translation from an ancient script. I mean, they would never know that this is possible unless something outside of of humanity would be able to let them know this, right? How could they ever
uh,
verify something that's at the bottom of the ocean and come
it's
out to live about it, and tell about it?
I
Uh,
can
pe-
call you it's I do not know if I'm telling that in
Look, look, I think this is what the problem is. The problem is that you're saying that it's dangerous for us to credit God, but then
no,
you
it's
have,
not
but
my
then hold on,
point.
hold on, but then you have to credit matter for its own existence and for everything that has been done to matter. You have to credit matter for that too. So that's dangerous.
No, my point is, when you are doing science, you need to leave out God from the picture. If science will confirm God, it will confirm God anyway. When you are doing that process, you need to leave God out. In your private life, you can do whatever you want.
Well,
It's not a problem for me.
but
So Luca,
we believe that the science is confirming God. That's what we believe.
Yeah, but if you are starting with that, it's a bias.
okay,
can
I
I
mean, I
can I
want to
It's,
try to be fair with this. Go ahead.
I've seen. Sorry, I can speak a little with pigs. I've seen the video you post me, and I what I can say to you. Um, when I see that video, it was clear that those guys were talking about nothing really. If you rewatch the video and try to do it and think about it, those guys are telling you, okay, there are two hypotheses and mine is better. Why? Because I've seen those things that look like the ones in the Bible. Oh, there are 12 dwells. I did some research about it. No, I'm just telling you that they are that. uh,
Okay.
there is this bright bridge under the water, and there are those strange structures. What they are, I do not know, but some scuba diver said to me that they are very strange. Who are those people? No one told me. And when I see these kind of things, I feel very uncomfortable because
Okay.
uh, I do not know. I know that you are honest and you are sending me those things and you believe in it. And I think that you admire in some capacities those guys, but uh, really, if you rewatch and try to do it, they are not telling anything, basically. Okay,
Okay.
I've seen some
Let
things,
me.
but they did not even try. And when
Well, I mean,
I
they were
tell
trying to let the
you,
evidence speak for itself. Just to be clear, Luke, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not trying to be harsh against you or anything like that. I think that you try to be objective. But if you remember what was in the video, right? They had evidence of the Exodus, right? They literally had a molten beach on the Egyptian coast that was right next to an underwater land bridge, right? The land bridge was a mile deep, so you couldn't even see this land bridge unless you had gone super deep. I mean, if you okay, so the actual depth of the Red Sea at its lowest point is about 2 miles deep, about 13,000 feet. Okay, so
Mhm.
and I used to be a navigator. I used to do this on a submarine, so I know how that works, right? There's it's currents, there's set and drift. I mean, could you imagine finding chariots and human remains, horse remains on a land bridge from just overpassers? I don't think that's possible. It's very, very hard. Imagine having to do that
Rewatch
with
the
with
video.
what's
They
that?
are telling you that those are human remains and chariots. No, are telling you that they are strange structured, and some scout by driver said
No,
to
no.
them
I
that
saw I
they
saw
are
the physical
strange.
wheels that had gold. You could even see like the
Rewatch the
glimmer of
video.
gold
Are not
on the
wheels.
wheel.
They are not wheels. Rewatch the video. Are not. They are not telling you those are wheels. They are telling
Okay.
you that they are strange structures and some guys, and they do not even tell you who are those guys. Are telling them that they are strange.
Okay. So if we're
It's
just going
my
based on what
point.
you just said,
Rewatch the
though,
video. They, even with the dwells, yeah, there are those dwells. They did some research. uh, they try to find any proof of uh, 4 decades worth of people living there. No. uh, the last part, yeah, it's where the golden calf was there. Okay, they try to find any trace of that event. No.
I
And
mean,
No,
the
when you
gold would have been
rewatch,
taken.
try to ask yourself what those guys are really telling me. But because when you do, you will realize that they are just talking about it. If you go
No, like
to Italy, you will find places from Homer's tale, Ulysses, and people will tell, where there is where Sheila carried this where, and so on and so forth. There
can we
are
can
things
we
that they can tell you. It's
can
real
we
now.
reply? Can we reply to some of those responses? Just Luca, when I completed my university course and got my degree, the first
Mhm.
6 months of my course was spent as a tutor. I was tutoring other
Mhm.
students, lab assistant, and part-time lecturer. When the lecturers were sick or whatever, I'd take a few lectures. But one of the things that we did, and it surprised me what you said about your professor told you, right? One of the
Mhm.
things they teach you in engineering is to think for yourself, not what to think, but how to think. And I hope you don't take offense to this, but the whole process of science is exactly that. It's not what to think; it's how to think. And one of the fields, growing fields at the moment, is biomimetics. Biomimetics is looking at organic systems and figuring out how they were made, and we try to reproduce them. We can't reproduce them exactly like they actually are. I mean, I think, and I'll make a disclaimer here. I'm not a geneticist, the ribosome, for example, is a 3D printer with correction
Yeah,
systems. What
exactly.
what created the ribosome? The ribosome can't create itself. If you shut out a possible creator, then you're going to go into this dark hole, thinking somehow these living these non-living organisms or chemicals somehow arrange themselves to create this 3D printer with a correction system to fold and build these proteins. I can't see that. I'm sorry if I offend you. I apologize, but I'm I was taught how to think, not what to think. And if a professor said that to me, I'd have a go at him.
But we
I mean, I
are
was
on
just
basic
gonna
level.
respond to what you said about the video. So I mean, you okay? So again, I let them speak, but at the same time, I was letting the evidence speak for itself. I didn't really care what
Exactly.
the guys had to say. I
Yeah.
was just going off of what I saw. I physically saw in the, and this isn't the only thing I watched. This is like just one example of those same things. I've seen many documentaries. I've seen people that just went there to just check it out. They went diving. There's all kinds of people that have been doing this stuff, this research. It's not just that one group, but just to be clear, that's one of the ones that I'm aware of that's been doing more research than most people. And so that's why I said, I'm like, if you look at all the evidence as a whole, you'll start to see the bigger picture here. There was a molten beach, again, on the Egyptian coast, literally right next to this underwater land bridge. That in itself is evidence of this event by itself. That's hard evidence. I would say that's one of the hardest evidences ever because it talks specifically in the Bible about how a pillar of fire came down to stop Pharaoh and his army before they got into the chasm there. So that's just one evidence. Then on the adjacent end, across this land bridge, which by the way, this land bridge is only about 500 meters wide, and it's about a mile deep. So there's no way they could even know where this land bridge was, let alone crossed it. You know, that's what I'm trying to get across. This is something that they would have to do. You know, like, and they get all the way across, and then they put stones on top of each other on the adjacent end of the exact same land bridge. Think about this. Just take 2 seconds to think. How in the world did a group of people that could not possibly know this land bridge was here? How did they mark the exact location? How? How? It doesn't make any sense.
Uh, I figure out a way to solve this. So
Okay.
I really do like you. So I
Yes.
do not want to discuss
I,
with you and argue
no worries.
with you because I really do like you. You are a very kind man. So I do
I
not
appreciate
like
it, sir.
to discuss with you. So try to do one thing. You are telling me that there are wheelchair and bodies over that bridge.
I mean, again,
Search,
regardless of whether or
search,
not those
no,
were
let me
wheels
talk.
or bodies.
Let me talk.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
bodies and wheelchairs for from the chariots. So
Chariot wheels, yeah.
do that research. Try to find um, the
Gold,
evidence about it,
gold plated chariot.
and yeah, and do also try to read something about some cities, Göbekli Tepe or Jericho, from a secular archaeologist. Okay,
Right.
try to do those two things, compare them, and I will put my email in the private chat, and you can write me. I do really enjoy to talk with you, so
Sure, I definitely. I
it's
appreciate
okay
it.
with you, because it's really important. When I've seen that video, it was very obvious to me that those guys were not doing archaeology. Okay, but you need to see for yourself. I can tell you anything you want. You need to see for yourself, and I cannot convince you. So
I could see you being skeptical of that. I'm a little bit skeptical myself
Yes.
with some of the claims, but the a lot of those things are true that Solomon actually erected pillars on both sides
Exactly.
of the crossing and different things. But I was wondering, Luca, are you familiar with messianic prophecies in the Bible?
Yeah, but I'm not an expert. But go on. I
So
was a Catholic. I did read the Bible, so something I
yeah,
know.
so the first messianic prophecy was in Genesis. As soon
Mhm.
as Adam and Eve sinned, they were told about their provision for sin, which was through the seed of the woman.
Right.
That would be someone born without a man. So that's the first prophecy of Christ, of that Christianity bases its doctrine on. So then, when Moses told the children of Israel, he said, "Someone." Moses said, "Listen only to God. Don't listen to anyone else. Listen only to God." Then he said, "Listen to the prophet who is going to be born among you." And in Micah 5:2, it says, "As for you, Bethlehem," this is all before Jesus was ever born, right? But Micah 5:2 says that, "As for you, Bethlehem, Ephrathah of Judah, you are least among the tribes of Judah. From you shall he come one forth to me, who is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth are from everlasting, or from forever, from the days of forever." So a ruler is going to be born in Bethlehem, whose days are from forever. So these kinds of messianic prophecies are what the Christian teaching is based on. So I was just wondering if, because most people don't even know that these things exist.
I do know. I do know about them, but my thoughts are that are too vague. Uh, just think about it. If you were to talk about Jesus, you would describe him as a ruler because he was not. Uh, it's my point. It was not a king. It was if it was real, it was even more than that. But I would not describe Jesus as a ruler. You get my point.
But
Uh,
well,
you have a real
the thing is, he would have been, if they didn't kill him, they would have been. But you realize he is a descendant of King David, right?
Right.
yeah, but even then you can take some. We do not know almost anything about Jesus, um, aside for the gospel, of course. But
Well, from what was
him
written
as a
about him,
person,
yeah.
we do not know anything almost. Just think about Caesar, Julius Caesar. We literally have a book written from him. So, and he was even older than Jesus. So we do have a book written. Uh,
And that's it. That's all you have of him, right?
no, no, no. We do know what face did he have. We do know his preference in bed, even. We do not. We do know a lot about Caesar. And when we are talking about Jesus, we
Did
cannot even figure out when he was born.
did
Uh,
did Caesar
so
change the world? Did Caesar change the world the way
it,
Jesus changed the world?
uh, Jesus did change the world. My point is,
His
we
teaching,
do
yeah.
not know have a good um, we do not know so much about him.
So
Yeah,
his
people wrote
teaching
about him.
literally changed the world. His teaching completely transformed the Western world.
Yeah, but if I ask you what was Jesus thinking, you need to tell me about a gospel, and a gospel is not a first-hand account
It's
by any
well, it's
means.
from what we know that he
It's
said.
not like Caesar. What was Caesar thinking? And you can literally read his book. He did write that book, the Bello Gallico. I do not know. Uh,
So, Luca, just a quick question. What
yeah,
do you think is the point of having disciples?
yeah. To tell your story. Yeah, my main point is we do not know any first-hand account.
Right, but if
Think
Jesus,
about it.
so Jesus wouldn't have to write a book in order for us to understand or know anything about him because he had witnesses that knew who he was by their life experience living near him
Yeah,
and with him, right?
but just think about it. If you are talking to me about your grandpa,
Hmm.
maybe you will be fairly accurate, but it's better for your grandpa to tell me his folk what is thinking directly, or it's better to you to tell me.
I I don't know why you'd think knowing when Jesus was born is that important. I mean, there are people living today that don't know when they were born, and my mother is an example of that.
Yeah,
She was born in a village, and the only way they could figure out her age was, when she was 9 years old, that's when the Germans came in and invaded and occupied that part of our country, and they worked back. So there are a lot of people living today that don't know when they were born. So using the fact that we don't know exactly when Jesus was born is irrelevant. It really makes no sense. I mean, can you tell me when Alexander the Great was born? What was his birthday? It's
I cannot
irrelevant.
recall. I think 33 AD, but maybe
You,
I'm
you,
wrong.
you think, yeah, no, no, a birthday means a day, a month, and a year.
For someone we can, but I want to answer to Angel. And what's a mysticist? I need your help with that.
Mythicist would be somebody that believes that Jesus never existed. So I don't think that's you. I think that you
Okay,
probably
no, no,
know
no.
that he
I think
existed.
he did exist, but my point is we do have very little information about him. Yeah, we do have gospel, and okay, it's a fair share of information, but it's not from him. So mm, we do know something, but it's not even from him, and
Well,
it's a
I would
problem for me.
I would just say because, like I said, regardless of like how you view disciples, I just personally I view the Gospels. They were written by people that either saw Jesus or knew of people that did see and know Jesus. And it's kind of like if you had a really good friend, right? You have somebody that's known you for a long time, and they can tell other people about you even though you're not there, right? I mean, like, imagine that you died in like a plane crash, and then like they have to go and give your eulogy, or they have to go to your funeral and just give them their account of how they experienced life with you, right? I mean, all they can do is let people know what they do remember of you, and that's what was going on in the Gospels, right?
The gospel were written some decades ago.
Right. I mean,
I
because they
think
were giving that
the
they were.
oldest one were
Mhm.
the letters from Peter. I am not an expert on the topic,
Okay.
but the gospel itself, they were written decades, like to write about the Second World War right now. So Gospels, they were not first-hand accounts. They were decades later. It's
Okay,
not like
so
Jesus died and the next day someone was writing the Gospels.
no,
And
but
that's
okay, so the stories were already in circulation, word of mouth, right? But the thing is, okay,
yeah,
so imagine that you have a really serious event that you just cannot forget about. It's like you'll remember only that event because that's this is so ingrained in your mind because of how important it was, right? These men, they were likely going through events similar to that on pretty much a daily basis. That's the reason why they were able to remember what they could about Jesus at that time. So they didn't even write the Gospels until later, but we know for a fact these Gospels were written before the second Jewish revolt, which is when the second Jewish temple came down. That was destroyed, right? And this is also a prophecy that was fulfilled. And so, therefore, we know this was written before that because it was not talked about in the Gospels at all, nor in the epistles. So
Yeah.
if we had to give it a timeline, we're talking about maybe about 37 years at the most that these books were already written and in circulation for other people to read. And they could have, at any point in time, they could have come out and said, no, this is a fake, this is a lie, this is a forgery. I knew Jesus. This is not how he was. This is not what he did. But that's not
Right.
what we see, right? There's many things that were done. And clearly the Jewish Sanhedrin would have every
Right.
motivation to try to stamp this out, right? All they would have to do is just provide his body. All they have to do is just go provide his body and say, hey, look, he never rose. He's right here. I can show you his body right here.
It
but
would have stopped it right then and there.
please, Jungle, be my guest.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm not trying to give you like a one-up. I'm just giving you my perspective from what I understand.
it would have stopped it right then and there if they had produced a body, or if they, you know, if there was a body to be found, it would have never spread around the world to everyone that he resurrected. And of course, they were in denial. The unbelievers, of course, were in denial about it. That's why they never wrote about it, because whenever you lose, whenever the Egyptians lost, they never wrote of their losses. They only wrote about the things they won. So
Exactly.
they're not going to be writing about the resurrection of Jesus because they're in denial about it.
Or, I mean, about the Exodus.
Or the Exodus, right? Or anything, right? Exactly.
But my point is, it will be better to have a direct book written by Jesus.
I completely agree. I completely agree with you.
So that's my problem. I'm not telling you that Jesus was not real. I think it was not the Son of God. But on the finding the body, it was an execution. Let's be real. If you throw, and I'm not telling you that what it was, but if you throw a body into a pit, good luck finding it. Yeah, we have the corpse of Jesus after a month. Good luck with that without any forensic science or something like that. If you throw a body into a pit and leave that to crows and birds, and you will find nothing, just bones. And if it's with other bodies, good luck with that. Yeah, we have Jesus. Tell me what Jesus. Yeah, there is
But
a
look,
picture too.
I think the main thing is the message of Jesus. It's not so much, evidence that he existed or anything. It's the message, the perfect message of truth that he gave, and of course nonviolence.
My point was not that. My point was about, yeah, they just need to find Jesus' body. You did ever see a mass grave because I did uh, in various occasions. Because where I live, Italy, it's very whole place. A lot of people live there, so you can find those kind of things. And when you see a pit like that, you find bones everywhere. Good luck with that. If you throw a body into a pit already full of bones, uh, and you leave that for a month with the animals and so on and so forth, you will not.
No, but
You
they
cannot tell
they
that.
So
put they put guards over Jesus' tombs to keep people away, and they couldn't even keep
Yeah,
Jesus
but
in the tomb for 3 days.
that's the gospel. It was not common to people killed like that to be put in a grave in in a tomb. Okay,
But they could
so
have
there
still
well,
was
he was
divided.
actually counted as royalty, though. That's the thing, and that's why he was given a burial with amongst the rich. And
yeah,
see, there was Joseph of
that's the
Arimathea.
story. But it's you cannot tell that it was true. You cannot even tell where the that tomb was. I think that there are five tombs that people say it were they were the tombs where Jesus was buried. So you cannot even tell where that tomb is. Uh,
Well, that's
so
because he's not
my
there anymore.
thing is maybe they literally, and I think Jesus was real, but if he was, the most simple thing was to take his body and throw into a pit. And when
So
you
Well, I just
that,
don't understand why the Sanhedrin would lie about that, because they're the ones that said that they did this. It's not the other way around. It's not like the gospel writers were like, you know, we were the ones that went and put him into this tomb. No, the Jewish Sanhedrin gave gave his body over to a man named Joseph of Arimathea, and he was a rich man who was willing to provide a tomb for the body. So
you
this has
know,
nothing to do, and they were the ones that corroborate this. It has nothing to do with like hearsay. They came out themselves and said, hey, yes, we allowed him to take this body and put it into a tomb.
you know, right, that we cannot even tell who was this guy, and we cannot even find the tomb. They try to find it, even 1 century or a couple of
he
centuries
was.
later. It's like to say to us, you cannot find the tomb of Dante Alighieri. Uh, yes, we can, and Dante Alighieri is dead from, I think, over 7 centuries, and we do know where his body is.
But he was a relative.
Yeah. Jungle, the Christians do appear a couple of centuries later. It's like to tell me that I cannot find the tomb of Giuseppe Garibaldi. I can. So just think about it. The most important man in the history of the universe, literally, and you cannot even find his tomb. Uh,
Well,
3 or 4
well,
generations past.
considering that he wasn't there, considering that he wasn't there, there's nothing to visit, nothing to
Yeah,
see.
but the tomb is a thing. It's like if you ask me where Garibaldi's fought, or uh, where is Porta Pia, it's I don't know, but when the Italian country was conquering Rome, they do they did enter from a gate, and this name is the name of the gate is Porta Pia. Porta means gate. So
Right.
I can tell where that was, and it's over a century and a half and counting, and I can literally tell that.
So I can see why you have an issue with this, because you're thinking of it in terms of like this is essentially a crime scene and we should be able to examine it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so even if you have just the one piece that's missing, though, would that really destroy the gospel? Do you think? Does that really like get rid of the
No,
narrative?
it's not my point. My point is
Okay.
that we already have very little about Jesus from Jesus itself. Then there was a tomb. Okay, where is the tomb? We cannot tell. And you are telling me why they did write about the tomb. There are plenty of other reasons. It- Maybe they were not even doing it on purpose, but people do try to um, be even uh, gentle. If someone, uh, Jesus was a real person, and to tell someone, yeah, they took him and throw him to the crowds. It, it- just think about it. Someone you care died, and to tell you, yeah, it was eaten by crowds. It's not something that people do, even just to be decent and just to comfort you. Yeah, they put in a tomb. People do that all the time. Just think about it.
Well,
And
it
the
was
point
it
is,
was a
we cannot
relative,
even find that tomb. It's
Joseph
maybe they
Joseph of Ar-
put in a tomb. It's not impossible, but
Well, this
we
is
say that it's impossible. The grave pit scenario.
well. See, this is the reason why I said that there were witnesses that could have vouched for these things, though. And so, even obviously, Mary, the mother of Jesus, and James, the brother, half brother of Jesus, were also living after this time and could verify and vouch for these things as well. Because, I mean, my understanding is that Mary is one of the women that went to the tomb and then found out that he was not there. Right. Same thing with Mary Magdalene. And
But my point is,
mhm.
they put it in a tomb, and those people died. Yeah, but after once, and even they were writing about it decades later, so it was even possible to find the actual people that there were there. So how come that they lost the tomb? Just think about it. Something so huge like someone uh, returning from death.
Well,
And
one thing I
you
would take into
lost
account. Mhm.
the knowledge about this place mere decades after. It's like for us to do not knowing where Auschwitz is. Auschwitz is still there, and you can
Not
visit.
necessarily. Okay, so the reason why I'm going to say that is so okay, so you understand what was going on with the church for about 230 30 years, right? They had serious persecution from the Roman Empire.
Mm, yeah. Just the first period was
Yeah,
rough.
about 230
It
years
was
was total
just
was
because they were talking against slavery and things like that. It's not
well,
like
okay, so
they were killing them just because they were Christian.
well, they
It,
were. Okay, so there are many accounts that talk about how they were treated and for for
yeah,
the purpose of because they were called for sedition, right? That was the purpose was to get rid of these supposed people that would try to take over the governing
and it
faction. They were
was mostly for political reasons. Romans, they were not on themselves very intolerant, far from it. In the empire was quite easy to have other religion. The point was political, to shift the blame, I think, with Nero.
Yeah,
Uh,
Nero. Yeah, where he set the city on
instead,
fire.
but it was not, yeah, you are Christian, so we will kill you all. It was, okay, I need to blame someone. Okay, those guys, I hate them for reason. I kill them. It was not systematic as you think. It was
Okay.
like, yeah, you do not worship the emperor, so we'll kill you. But
You've
yeah,
heard
it
of
was very
Diocletian, right?
obvious, but it was not all the time, and it was just for politics. It's not like, okay, you are Christian, so we hate you.
Right.
If you think about it, some decades later, it was the other way around, Christian killing pagans. So the things that Christian were persecuted, yeah, they were, but it was for a brief period, and it was not even for religion reasons, but for political ones.
Okay, so I think we're kind of missing the timelines up quite a bit, actually. But okay, again, so do you know who Diocletian is?
Sorry?
Diocletian?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's supposed to be the last Roman ruler that was over the Christians before they were given immunity for their beliefs. Okay, this is what I understand from the church fathers and their writings. And so this man was ruthless. He was literally, for 10 years there was barbaric mutilation. There were all kinds of heinous things that were done to Christians. They were literally set afire as torches to be lit on the night, and then people would just walk down the road with people burning at the stake right next to the road. Okay, that's what was going on for more than 10 years at least, right? And so if you want to go into the details, again, they were persecuted altogether for about 230 years after the event of the second Jewish revolt. Okay, so that's what we're talking about specifically. And again, during this period, the entire intention was to get rid of the Bible, the written scriptures of the gospel. Okay, so they would separate the gospel amongst the people so that it wouldn't be destroyed entirely if anybody got caught. So they would take these people and they would either throw them into the Colosseum to be eaten by animals. There was a number of things that happened. There was all kinds of crazy stuff. They would be thrown off of cliffs. My understanding is that they were literally told to renounce Jesus or be thrown off to their death. Now, I'm not saying that I have like a verbatim firsthand account. I'm just saying that, yes, there are writings about this from people like Josephus, Polycarp. I mean, there's several different sources that talk about this specific event. So, again, I'm not saying that you're entirely wrong. I'm just saying there are certain things about the timeline that seems off. And as far as like the pagans that were being persecuted supposedly by the church, the Roman Catholic Church did in fact persecute Christians as well. Whenever they remember the Spanish Inquisition, the entire purpose of the Spanish Inquisition was to get people to follow after the Roman Catholic Church and proclaim that as their God, right? And so people that were dissenters, actual Christians that were saying no, Jesus is Lord, it wasn't just the pagans. It was mostly anybody that was going as a dissenter against the Holy Roman Church of Rome. That is who was being persecuted there, right? Same thing. So the Crusades, if you have to go into that discussion, that was mostly a response to what happened when Islam started to spread by the sword. And so they had been doing that for 400 years. And so it was just a response once Constantinople had been taken over more than 400 years after it had already been taken. So there's just so much that goes on to this in this timeline. It's hard to keep, focused on the right things, but I'm just not sure how good you are up to date on your history regarding that.
Yeah, for hundreds of years, they even the Roman Church even went to England, killed like 700 bishops, and destroyed all the records. That's why we don't have any genealogical records in England going back that far.
Oh, Roman Church is a very nasty thing. I do agree
I
with
agree
you.
with you. Yeah.
And they did a lot of things. Just think about the thing that the Pope is a literal ruler, is a king, and he has his territory, and he is basing that on a ancient letter, and that letter is false. So very beautiful people there.
Yeah.
I
So what do you think? What do you think about the teaching that everything you do is on and against your maker, and that all your sins are against your maker? What do you think about that?
My problem is what's a sin.
Just
Well,
defining what a sin is.
it is anything and everything that you don't do by way of believing what's true.
I'm sorry.
If you
The fact,
do if you do something
because
without,
I do not believe in a God. So
Right. I understand.
when
So
you do not
imagine.
believe in a God, what a sin is, and
So,
how can you tell me that I'm doing a sin?
well, for
so a sin.
example, if you're giving the glory to matter for the existence of matter, that's against the truth.
And show me how can you tell
Because
that.
matter can't account for itself, and matter can't account for its programming itself into living organisms, into a literal written living word
How
in
can
in
you tell?
living organisms.
How can you tell that? Because I can shift
Well,
the.
I mean, if you
How can
think
you
it,
tell
if you
that your
think,
God is real, and how did your God
well,
come?
I can turn it back on you. If you think that matter can write programming, then you would have to prove that, right?
I just think that matter is, and I can start from there. And I do think that matter and energy is complex enough to get
So
to.
you think matter and energy gets the glory for the living organisms that we
I
see.
don't think that gets anything. It's not like I'm
It,
worshipping
it
matter. Or
gets, well, the credit. Where does the credit go to?
matter is just is. You give credit to something to just exist.
So how about this, Luca? Does justice exist?
I think that that's a construct from
A
us.
construct. Okay. But you don't think that there's like anything that would be objectively just or justified, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. So if
We
we have a system that allows us to promote or give something. Okay, so imagine like you were a Nobel laureate, right? You were supposed to receive the Nobel Prize, and you were actually the highest nominee in the entire division, right?
okay.
Is it just to give you such an award, or is it just something that we choose to do because we want to make ourselves feel better?
As I said, I do not think that something as absolute morals. So it's moral
So,
to do. Depends.
so it really doesn't matter if we have trophies or anything that really makes us, seem like we're more important, right?
Yeah, I do not think that there is anything absolute. What's right for you, maybe it's wrong from something or someone else.
So would that not detract from your ability to have a say in any given argument? Like, so imagine that you have a PhD, right, in your chemistry, and now because there's no absolutes, there's no justifications. How do you justify saying that your PhD trumps anybody else's knowledge in the field of chemistry?
I cannot say that it does.
Okay. At
Uh,
least you're being consistent. I mean, that's good. I like that you're being consistent.
yeah, I am. I have a bachelor in
Yes, sir.
chemistry.
Okay.
Uh, someone without a bachelor can be right and I can be wrong. It's not like I have a degree,
Right.
so I'm right about anything.
Okay.
Does not work like that.
Right. Now, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page because if I wasn't like mischaracterizing what you believed,
All
I didn't want to be unfair about it.
I say about my degree, it's that I went through something and I did something to get that degree, and my university was quite a good one. So you can tell that I did chemistry stuff. Yeah, no absolute truth, Angel. Well, I think that truth does exist, but not when you are talking about morals, because I do
I
not
think
think.
I think you're referring to like the absolutes in the sense that you can't perceive the absolute truth because we don't have the ability to get down to that without perception, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so going back to that, if there are no absolute truths, well, I'm sorry, we're going back to. I'm sorry. I
I have
want to
an
make sure I'm
absolute truth.
characterizing you right. What's
You
that?
know, I have an absolute truth, right? There's an absolute truth that we were created, and we we are in such a state that we're not going to exist no more. We're going to degrade and decompose, and that so that when you look to um, hope, to have hope, you have to look to your Creator, who created you, to salvage you, to recreate you, to cause you to be born again because nobody else can. That's the only absolute truth in the world. There is no other absolute truth.
Well, if we're okay, so I understand where you're coming from, JJ. I just want to say that I think so if we're trying to work from where Luca's standing, right, we have to try to like work that way to get him to cross that bridge. And I completely get where you're coming from, though.
Well, that's why you have to know that you have a creator.
Right. Yeah, but we have to work him to that point. I completely get that. See, that's why I'm trying to work with him to get it to where he sees maybe there's potential for him to be wrong there. And but so with that, like I said, with the whole absolute truth thing, so you know that we can't know for anything with Cartesian certainty. And so if that's the case, how can we trust anything that we know to believe, right? Um, just from your standpoint, how do we come to truth at all? Just wanted to clarify that.
We cannot get to absolute truth in any way, in my
Okay.
perspective. We can get close, but it's all we can do, and it's a good thing.
Uh,
Just think about
well,
it.
wait a minute. Is it true or not true that you were created or you came to exist?
That I came to exist in some way, yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty well established, right?
yeah, but
So you do have a creator. It's just a matter of who created you or what created you, right?
just think about the example from pigs. When How can you tell that you're not in a simulation? You cannot.
Okay.
So you need to operate as, yeah, we are there. It's a real world and so on. But it's just an assumption. You need to start from there, but you cannot really tell. It's the truth. Maybe. How can you tell?
But
How can you
you
tell, Angel, that you
but
are
you
real?
can you can see a living written word inside of you, right?
Sorry.
You can observe the written living word inside of you, right? The instructions.
He's talking about the DNA code.
Yeah, yeah. But how can you tell that's not a simulation? If that simulation is perfect in any way, shape, or form,
Uh,
how can you tell?
a
You can.
simulation. Well, it's a real simulation if it's a simulation.
Well, okay. So if we're going into like the solipsism, that we may be like brains in a vat and we're just being poked and prodded from like a scientist, and this scientist is giving us the inputs that make us perceive that we're speaking to other people or that we're going through any given experience. It is difficult to come to the realization that we could be wrong, right? that all that we are perceiving is not real, right? However, I would go so far as to say that we can know based on probabilities whether or not something is real. Okay.
Okay, yeah, and that's my point. But you
Right.
cannot be sure about it.
Well, I mean, you
Eh,
can't be 100%. Yeah, I agree.
there is no absolute truth. You can get close. I know that gravity is a thing. That
Right.
tomorrow morning I will see the sun,
But
and so
but you
on and so
can't tell me
forth.
for but you can't tell me for sure, right? You can't
No,
tell me for sure if gravity is real.
no, I can tell you anything for sure.
So again, he's coming from like the point of a solipsist, which is like I said, like if you're, it's assuming that you're like potentially a brain in a vat, and that there's the things that you see and perceive aren't real. Basically, is what he's trying to get
Well,
across.
it's a real fabrication.
Right. No, I I agree.
Either way, it's a real fabrication.
I do agree that you can, when we are speaking like that, we can tell that it's true that I was born and so on and so forth. But if you are telling me about absolute truth, no, you cannot be sure about anything. If we are talking about like mathematical truth, yeah, we cannot be sure about anything.
So then there's really nothing you can say or tell us.
We can say a lot, but for the sake of this discussion, we cannot be sure about anything. Uh,
So essentially, I was just going to say, like, this just makes it to where all that we're ever going to be able to do is just speculate about what we think, and our opinions really won't make a difference no matter what happens.
it
But
does, because
but
we can predict the
that's
future.
the
Let's say that.
see that's the difference with the gospel. With the gospel, it does make a difference what you believe and what you say and what you do. It does make a huge difference in your life and the life of everybody else around you. And it really has affected a change in the Western world and completely caused the information age, industrial revolution, computer age,
Well,
AI age,
I agree.
because people hold to principles and values and meaning or values. You have
Agree
to
with
have
you.
values. You have to have an absolute to hold as absolute. Otherwise, you won't have anything.
Religion can do good things, but my point is,
Well,
you
is it
really do need
is
that.
it religion or is it truth?
I think it's religion.
Okay.
I don't even call it religion. I call it truth.
Yeah, but it's not. You cannot show me your God, uh, and
Well,
the,
that's because if you were to see him, you would disintegrate.
Well, okay.
yeah.
Let's put it in this perspective, Luca. Can you be a dogmatic skeptic?
What's that?
So it's like
Fundamental.
it's essentially being religious or zealous in your skepticism. Does that make sense?
A
Like,
fundamentalist skeptic.
right,
Mm,
like all like in other words, the
so,
more that you're a skeptic, the more that you profess your zeal for your skepticism.
so I'm not a zealot because
No,
yeah,
no, I'm not calling you. I'm not calling you a zealot. I'm just saying, like, and if it can somebody be a dogmatist and a skeptic as
I
well.
can, of
Okay,
course.
okay. So, but from that standard, you can kind of see where we're coming from. When we say things like atheism is a religion, or that certain other belief systems would be considered religious, right?
You know what's the problem? That uh, I have to try to do what? Uh,
That
what?
it was have to try to persuade you.
Oh, thanks, Angel. You are uh, girl or women. I do not know
Well,
your. Um,
but see, we're trying to persuade you of facts, though. It's fact. It's not about religion. It's about facts.
yeah, but you cannot show me that's a fact.
So we're trying to persuade you by way of the facts of what the facts are.
At the beginning of this stream, I gave to you some kind of proof that I would
Yeah, you
upset.
would believe. Yeah.
Yeah, give me that, and we're cool.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm gonna be praying about that. No worries. I guarantee. If anything, hey Luca, I really appreciate these talks. I think that we get
for
through.
this. So
Because
yeah,
it's not only you, Luca. It's all of Europe. It's all of England, all of the world, China, everywhere that we want to persuade them of what the facts are.
yeah. My problem is that there are not facts, and
What's not a fact that you have a creator,
yeah,
but you were created.
how can you tell?
So
On
so who do you credit or what do you credit for your creation? What is your belief as to your creation? It's not really hard.
I do
You
not.
you have to credit something or someone as to your creation.
You know what's I think hard for you guys to understand that sometimes I cannot speak for all atheists out there,
Right.
but
But,
it's hard for you, I think, to understand that atheism is not a position that someone has because it gains something from it. I cannot bring me to believe in a God, and
Okay.
it's not a good thing.
well, okay.
I do want to believe
Do you know
to
do you know how
their life and so
do you
on and
know
so.
how a God is defined? How do we define God or
How
gods? You know, all the
how
gods of lightning, volcanoes, thunder, the gods of how do we define them?
a supernatural being.
No, all the natural gods are basically powers that affect our lives, right?
Yeah.
The kings, the rulers, these are things that affect our lives. There,
Mhm.
we call them gods.
Mm.
Now,
Double G, of course.
all these powers did not did not make their own power. They were given power from a greater power.
How can you tell? It's my
Because,
problem.
because power can't make itself.
How can you know?
Because
Okay.
it's an accumulation. The king doesn't have any power that's not given to him. It's he only has the power because it's given to him. It's not by his own power that he does things. He does things by the power given to him.
Yeah, you are projecting your human thoughts. Yes, I cannot. You're just a human, and you're trying to understand the universe that's much more older than you.
I mean,
Yeah.
a simple thing, Luca, like charging your cell phone. You have a cell phone, smartphone, right?
Yeah.
Can you charge your cell phone from an equal amount of power?
With a different source.
Can you charge your if you have a battery, two batteries have the same charge, can you charge the other battery?
No.
Okay. So you have to have a greater power to charge the battery, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
are.
So
You are.
so where did that greater power come from?
You cannot tell there is even one.
It comes from a greater power, right?
Well, how
Jungle,
about
you
this
can
real quick?
say that to me for all day.
No, but
Okay,
it's
so Luke,
true. It's true though. These are facts, Luca. These are facts. This is
If
science, Luca.
it's a fact,
This is
why
what you can know. This is science that you can know. These are
not
facts you
science?
can know.
If it's science, why do not whole humans agree on it?
Because they don't go that far. They don't go
some
there.
people some
They're
people haven't really
afraid. They're
researched that
afraid to
much, but
go there.
Yeah, but so, atheists are most of the times the uh, yeah reprobate. No, I'm just not convinced about it. Sorry, and
George
my point
Bond is holding a
is
hard line here because
nothing
Luca.
that gave me anything. If your God exists, I can live forever and those awesome things. And if
Well,
I'm
yeah.
right, I
He
will
made us
die.
once. He can make us live forever, right?
Sorry?
He made us once. He can remake us again, right?
If he did. My point is,
Yeah.
it's not like that I gain something to from believing in.
But it's
Uh,
it's the truth
well, we're
that you were made once. That means you can be remade again, right?
yeah, how can you tell? It's my problem. I cannot bring myself to believe in a God, even though I have whole to lose to not to.
well. How about this, Luca? So do you believe that matter is eternal?
For what we can tell, yes.
Okay, so how do you square that with the Big Bang Theory?
Big Bang was not the creation of matter and energy, you know that.
But you know
Matter can
the
energy.
universe is going to suffer a death, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, entropy, if death.
He
But
did, yeah. Mhm.
how can you tell what will happen billions of years from now?
Well, the question would still remain there. Like, if matter is eternal, right? And I understand you're probably trying to go off of the quantum field mechanics, right?
Yeah.
To justify that. So, if that's the case, right? My understanding is that you already require material to be in existence before the quantum field can even generate new materials, right? So this would have to be something that's already in existence for that to be the case. Therefore, yes, it would have to be eternal. But then you'd have to explain why matter would shift in its state of being. So if it's inanimate, right? It's not moving. It's not in motion.
Hmm?
Why would you ever assume that it is going to change state unless something else is altering it to do so? Does that make sense?
You know, for what we know,
Okay.
the beginning of the universe was also the beginning of time.
Right.
And what's the meaning of that? Uh, what something without time even means? And there are questions that I cannot wrap my head around it. So
Right. Okay.
talk about that with someone it's studying these things. But if with the universe begins the time, basically the universe and matter are eternal energy. Sorry, I keep uh, mixing the two, but they are not the same. So yeah. Mm.
Matter and energy are the
The
same thing.
beginning of the universe, it's also the beginning of time. It's eternal, yeah, because time is a thing, and we cannot even define something without time.
But
I can
So if something is inanimate though, and it's in eternal state, right? It's an eternal state. What would change that state is what I'm trying to get across. I mean, you would require something that would to make a choice, or to. I would say this. So assuming there was a singularity, right? And it's basically the same as a black hole, but it's to such a degree that it's pulled in all matter within an infinitesimal space, right? So you have to think about this. What would it have taken to overcome the gravitational force of said black hole, aka the singularity? What would it have taken to overcome that and then push outward from that space?
That's a very good question, and I do not know the answer. And
Okay.
I don't think that you can put a god into that answer.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to say it's going to require, because if we're talking about an infinite amount of density that's being applied onto this matter, then you would have to overcome that with an infinite plus, right? You have to have infinity in the opposite direction plus the amount of force it took to override that outward, right? And so that's something that has to be added into the system. That's a separate.
You know that there is a Big Bang, a Big Crunch model.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a bouncing ping pong ball, right? Yeah, it would all collapse on itself, but then something could happen where it just explodes, right?
And so we can talk about it all time, whole day.
Right.
But it still doesn't explain. It doesn't explain where the energy came from, or even how it got ordered. Because
if you put a god into it, you cannot explain where the god comes from. You just need to say God just does exist.
Well, because matter.
Well, I mean, if we're going to assume that matter exists eternally, then there would be no problem with assuming that God could exist eternally, separate from that.
No, because you can tell that energy exists, and you can see
measure
energy. Now you cannot do it with a God.
But you can also measure that it can't make itself, and it can't order itself.
How can you tell? Maybe matter just is. If you say that a God just exists,
well,
you cannot show me
that would violate that violates the laws of science, though. That laws of entropy violates the laws of entropy, though.
Laws of entropy are greatly misunderstood by people. And I do not think that God is about.
But you would have to explain how you can charge a cell phone from an equal or lesser amount of power.
Yeah, energy just is. You do know that entropy do not destroy anything.
It is, and that's why God is.
Well, okay, so. Have you read anything by C.S. Lewis, Luca?
Yeah, I do prefer Tolkien though.
Tolkien, okay, okay. Well, so I'm not sure if you've read Mere Christianity. Have you read that?
No.
Okay. So this one is a really good book because it goes over the reasons why C.S. Lewis turned from his atheism to a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
He specifically explains that one of the main reasons was that he realized that without morality, like an actual good and bad, that is objective, then we really can't justify anything. But aside from that, he said, how is it that we can judge anything as crooked at all if we don't know what a straight line looks like? And from
isn't it?
Right. And he's just trying to get across that we have a standard that we're looking at, and how is it that we're all looking at a standard? And no, it's not the same across the board. I understand it's not like 100% objective for every single person, but if you had to come down to it, there would be at least one thing across the board that every single human being would say, no, I don't want that to happen. I would not want that to happen to me, right? Whether it's the murderer that doesn't want to have something that's stolen from them, right? Or if it's the psychopath that doesn't I mean, he'll have a certain standard. I just can't think of something off the top of my head. Sorry, but
Yeah,
there's
but
always something, you know.
if you think about it, we can agree with a lot of things,
Hmm.
but if you look really into it, a lot of these things are not agreed upon by whole people. Not even to eat people, cannibals are a thing. So yeah, it's not like all humans behave in the same way.
No, I
Uh,
agree. Again, I'm not saying that there isn't, you know, differences in our standards. Obviously, it's a lot of it is cultural, right? We can both say that if you go to different places across the globe, you're going to see different standards. But if it came down to the line, right, we could at least say that there's at least one thing across the board that all human beings would still be like, no, that's I don't want that to happen to me, right, or to my family.
like, give
Well,
me
like I
an example.
said, so imagine again that you know that there's somebody that's a murderer. That same murderer might be like, I don't want any of my possessions stolen from me, right?
Mm.
So that could be the one standard that we're talking about, right? I'm not saying that's 100% across the board, but that does. I would say it would fit the bill for quite a few people across the board. But if that does, if there's even just one, if only even just one thing is a standard across the board for all humans, then that means that objective morality does exist. You see what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
the problem.
I don't think you can find one because we need to function as a society because humans are a social uh, species. But if you remove society, there is no real uh, absolute. So, for, as I said, we can agree with a lot of things, but we also have to think that we do came from a very similar culture because yes, I'm Italian, but yeah, still I was still some kind of Christian. I can understand your language. America, USA are pretty big influence out there, so
Hmm.
we can agree with a lot of things. But just think about Chinese or Japanese people.
Right.
How many things are different from us? Uh,
But
Well, the
there,
thing is, so if I actually look at people that live in China, even the Chinese families that are affected by the communist, you know, Chinese Communist Party, because I know you probably already understand that they have the one child policy, right, over there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know.
Right. So what they do is they'll either force the woman to have an abortion in the event that she has a second child, or they will take the child by force and put it into an adoption center where they actually don't expect it to be adopted at all, and they actually design the rooms in such a way that they are forced to stay there and die. So they've what they call the dying rooms. If you want to look into that, there's a documentary regarding that. But that's something that the Chinese Communist Party has done. But people that live there see it as an evil thing, right? So even though we have this government entity, this Chinese Communist Party that is enacting this evil, the people there recognize it as evil. So that's what I'm saying. Even though there might be certain people that are sociopaths or psychopaths, that doesn't really detract from the fact that there are people in different cultures across the globe that would still find that as an evil act. You see what I'm saying?
and,
I
and
do agree.
there are many Christians there too.
Sorry.
There's many Christians there in China too.
True.
Yeah, if you go to India, you will find very hard to find any Christian. But
In India too, yeah.
as humans, we can agree with a lot of things. Why? Because we do share a lot of experience. And with child, I think that's our evolution is a big player in that, because
Because
if you
Christians are the minority, but they're
a child, you will kill your chance to survive, basically. So I think we can agree, but just the fact that sociopaths and psychopaths do exist does mean that morals are not absolute. Of course, most of the people will agree with you that to kill child, it's wrong, but not everyone, and that's what absolute means.
So the thing though with the absolutes, because you already said there are no absolutes, right?
Yeah,
Um, the thing about that is that there would still be outliers, right? There would still be exceptions to the rule, right? So even
but
assuming, that's why I
that's
was saying that it only
what.
takes one objective thing for it to be 100%, right?
Yeah, but as you are were saying, it's almost impossible to find one things that all humans agree, and you can say, well, that's a psychopath, and I can agree with you, but on his perspective, that thing is wrong, even though anyone else is telling him, no, we all agree that's wrong and you are crazy. But
Well,
for
okay.
you,
I,
it's
I've
okay.
actually heard murderers say that they would hate to be murdered, right? So that I don't know. To me, it just seems like there has to be a bottom line here. I feel like if even murderers realize that they would not or recognize that they would not themselves want to be murdered, then and that shows that it's an evil act.
Everyone do. Uh,
What's
there
that?
are people that are completely cut off from reality that does not care about it the slightest.
I mean, I'm not saying there aren't people that aren't afraid to die. That doesn't mean that they don't think that it's evil to be killed or to be murdered by somebody. That's what I'm trying to get across. They might not be afraid of death, but that doesn't
And
mean that they themselves are not actually, going to think that it's evil for them to be murdered by somebody else.
I think you can find someone that thinks that it's good to be killed.
I mean, there are globalists out there that want about 90% of the population of the world to be killed off. But I mean, I'm not saying that makes it right or wrong. I'm just saying that clearly it's not that you won't find people that are like that. It's just,
Absolute. You can find a middle ground, and that's how far you can go, I think. But
but that's
an
what I was
absolute,
saying. If you take that same notion to these people that want these people dead, they're going to be like, no, I don't want to be the one dead. I want these other people to be dead, right? That's what I'm saying. There's going to be the bar is going to stop somewhere, right? The buck stops somewhere. And when it does, that's when you know for sure, for a fact, that there is an objective standard. And that's what I said when I was talking about C.S. Lewis. I was referring to what he had realized himself. Again, you
yeah,
can. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
just tell me what's the absolute moral thing to do, and you will discover that you cannot wrap your head around it, because you need to see every instance. Uh, it's not like you can say, okay, this thing is just right and that thing is just wrong.
well, the right the right thing is that we're degrading, we're getting, regardless of who's living, who's dying, we're all dying anyway. That to me is an absolute truth, fact, based on a morality, based on a moral that we're not deserving of life.
Why? How can you tell that, Kevin?
Because we're corrupt and we have been corrupted, and but see, we're not only physically corrupt, we're spiritually corrupt, and
Can
this
you tell that we are corrupted? And
our genome is
do not
corrupted.
talk about Christianity. why you are telling people that they are
But
corrupt.
there's two corruptions. Our genome is being corrupted, is corrupt and being corrupted, but then spiritually is another level. Spiritually, we are also corrupt and being corrupted.
Okay, how can you tell that?
Because just look at the world. Just look what happens in the world. Everything's being
Looking at
corrupted. You
I
don't see corruption. I mean,
was
there's yeah.
worse.
I'm sure you see corruption. You see corruption in politics, right? In it in
If I
Italy,
look,
you have politics in Italy, right?
I'm feeling very, very lucky to be alive in this period.
Yeah.
I can
Right.
just think about a couple decades ago where people tried to kill me just because I was different. Now people can be different and no one is trying to kill them. Well, someone is, but
So yeah.
very few people are. But when I was young, uh, I tell that on with I think you
So there
people.
is corruption. There is corruption. There are
Yeah,
morals.
there is less than 2 decades ago, on my part at least. So
Yeah.
when people tell me, yeah, the world is going uh, to hell, no,
Well,
no,
No,
on
no,
different
I
levels.
agree with you,
Different
Luca.
levels.
yeah.
I mean, we're very blessed to be born in this period, this day and age. I mean, there's so much information that's being passed around, and there's the quality of life is exponentially higher, than it would have been, just a few decades ago. Honestly, even a few centuries. Uh, it's crazy to think about, but I just I feel like we're just kind of talking past each other a little bit with
Yeah. Yeah.
the
We could
the
be. Yeah.
perspective, and I know that Jungle wants to come across because he obviously we're both on the same side here as far as God existing and him being the truth, and I understand that you don't see it that way, and we just want to try to get that leveled with you. We know that you come from a different perspective here, and honestly, I mean, with what you've had to go through, I know that that's very difficult, especially whenever your life was threatened over something that wasn't your fault,
Yeah.
and it should not have happened in the first place. It seems to me like you've taken the brunt of something that was done by the Catholic Church and kind of extrapolated that for the whole of the church, which
It's
is a little
not my.
bit different. Yeah,
I'm not angry about it.
yeah,
I'm cool with it. I don't care. But I can tell that my world is gotten better because I do remember a couple of decades ago what was the climate around here. Like, you're gay, you're basically dead if someone finds out. And even now, I know of people, yeah, I'm gay. Okay, you have demons in you or things like that.
right.
Even now, but it's much better than two
But
decades ago.
but then again, isn't homosexuality is the key component of corruption that causes societies to fail.
Why?
It
Because
just
So there
is.
was there was actually a study that was conducted regarding like homosexuality and its impact on societies, but I'll have to find the paper for you so you're not like just questioning about it because I understand where you're coming from there.
Yeah, it's
That's a
hard to
different
see.
subject.
No, it is hard to see, but if you think that if you break down the family, you're breaking down society.
Sorry, Luca,
I
go
was
ahead.
from a very similar perspective from you,
But
because
it is
I
hard.
a Catholic and I was a Catholic when those things were framed upon. So uh, I was uh, at your place some times ago. But when you find someone that there is, uh, it's gay, and I do know someone there is, and you try to speak with him, and I can remember a friend of mine telling me that he was gay, and he was terrified just to do that. And now I know, we know each other, we see each other, and nothing has changed. Uh, I don't think that to being gay is a problem on itself.
And see, Luca, see that to me just kind of goes to show that you are made in the image of God and that you do show the love of God through your actions. You may not realize it, but we all have like a part of him in us, and sometimes we don't show it the way we should. That's the reason why sin exists, is that we don't live up to the standard of his glory, right? That's what the whole gospel is about. But and again, I understand that you don't believe that anymore. I completely get that. I'm just saying, if you look at it from the perspective that good and bad actually do exist, you know, it almost seems like you have to understand that those things exist for you to even feel sympathy or empathy for anyone that's gay having to go through any kind of persecution in the first place, right? Same thing. I was treated very poorly when I was in school,
Yeah,
for being different, and I was treated. There was a lot of racism going on in my school at the time, and so, I mean, I'm not to say that it was the same as what you guys had going on there. That's another level of persecution. But I mean, I was definitely having things thrown at me. I was, being called all kinds of names. I remember getting into fights over it. It was not fun. And so, I
yeah,
can't even imagine what that was like for you, having to, almost get your life threatened over something like that.
it was bad. But I I do think that you can be moral or not. I just think that it's not an absolute. What's it's moral to me, it's not moral for someone else, maybe. And who I am to tell that guy that's wrong? Uh, of course, if we are in a society, we need to agree uh, with something, but it's in our society. Someone outside of our society, he can disagree, and we can do not do anything about it. I cannot tell someone that's wrong to do so. Of course, if he comes to my society doing
Right.
things I think that are wrong, and it's attacking me, then I can do something. But
Well, just from my perspective, again, this is nothing against you. I do believe personally that the very fact that shoulds and oughts exist, like the fact that you feel like somebody should do something or ought to do something exists, kind of points to the fact that there is a morality that's subjective as well. That's just an outstanding outlier, like I said. Not to say that's 100%. It's just something that you could use as an evidence towards it, right? Um,
for me, it's not that.
okay,
As I said, uh, we can agree in a society, but if someone is outside of our society, who we are to say, okay, you are wrong.
right. I mean, no, you're right. Under that standard, there really is no like right or wrong, and you can't definitively say something against what other people feel is right or wrong. Um, and honestly, Luca, my heart goes out to you, man. I know that you've gone through a lot through your experience, and I appreciate you coming here to talk to us about that. I know that you didn't have to do that, and we really do appreciate you talking to us.
As I said, I really do like you guys, and you in particular. And I like when we were discussing about your video, I was in discomfort because I do not want to push you too far.
Right,
Uh,
I understand.
but if I say so, when I've seen that video, I can tell, and I am not coming. and do not want to do any harm, but I do think that those people were lying to you to some
Okay.
capacity.
Well, I mean, again, you don't have to take that as like what they said is true. Like I said, I just took the evidence that I saw, which was physical evidence there, and
Yeah,
there was also other evidences that I looked out for
I'm saying
later that corresponded to that.
go
Yes,
and
sir.
do some research, and I
Yeah.
think you will not like what you will find. Um,
Well, I also know that things
you
like so.
be convinced that those people were lying in some capacity. I cannot tell if they are doing it because they really believe in it or not,
Right.
but to some capacity they were lying. Okay, for my perspective, maybe I'm wrong, but just think about it. Nowhere in history there is oh, honesty. It's a pleasure, and I'm answering to Angel, and I will really love to talk with you sometime. So if you think about it, nowhere in archaeology they talk about those things as a fact, and you can. And I was talking about those kind of things with a guy over my mail.
No,
Mm,
again,
I
I don't take it as like a fact
are
that
lying because I do know how these things happens, and I do not think that there is uh, a big conspiracy around it.
okay.
Uh, just because, at least in my country, I cannot talk about other countries. People that do research do it for mere passion, not for money. So there is no reason to have a big conspiracy. I would love to tell you, yeah, there is a very big conspiracy, and people came to me to give me a lot of money to say to you the things. I'm not give. I'm not gaining a penny over.
No, no. I mean, I'm not saying. I don't think that people are paying everybody. In fact, I mean, if you think about it, the best conspiracy would be to cause people to believe something that's a lie, right? And then to just have them willy nilly go out and talk about it as if it's truth, right? Because then they wouldn't have to pay a dime. They wouldn't have to do anything like that.
Yeah,
But
but when you have people studying these things
right,
and it for basically free, I do not think those people are lying, and that's my issue. If you see people doing archaeology, those people are under the sun doing very evil stuff for free just to know things.
right. Well, I mean, I've so a lot of archaeological things that I've looked into had to do with like sacrificing of children and like ancient, like the what was it? The Phoenicians. They found an island off this. I want to say it was near Crete that
Okay.
was basically called the island of what was it? I can't remember the name of it. They found there was like almost 200,000 vases that were filled with like animal remains and child remains, and so I mean things like that. That's the kind of stuff that I'm interested in finding, just to know about, and so if it catches my interest, I'll look into it a lot. And like I said, whenever I saw that there was a possibility that there were evidences for something like the Exodus, right? Again, I didn't take those guys' word for what they were saying. I was looking at the evidence and just trying to compile it, see if this really does correspond with what was said in the Bible, right?
What I'm
And
telling you is try to look at some secular sources.
yeah,
Look as and secular does not mean that those doing the job are atheists or anything.
right.
Because let's be real, atheists are a very few people. around the globe. Let's be real. So a lot of those people are Christians for the most part.
Okay.
But look at the secular sources. Look at the kind of work and evidence that they bring, and
Hmm.
look are your sources, and I think you will find quite the difference. And I'm not telling you, okay, look at those things, do yourself, because it's the better thing to do.
Right.
For what I can tell, those people were not bringing very good evidence for um, their hypothesis.
Okay.
And just, I was talking about Jericho withstanding, and to be real, I was just doing my work for the. It was not a debate. I cannot debate. Standing for truth is way better than me.
I mean,
Um,
he's really good at debates. He's been doing it for like 2.5 years now. So
uh, but I was just preparing for it, and I see that video about Jericho, and it was really good. I do not think it's proof for anything, because you need to go further if you want proof.
yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
but you can tell the difference even with the video. Uh, it was a video about Jericho, very long, an hour long,
Okay.
and you can tell, okay, we found that tower. What is this tower? We do not know. We do have some hypothesis. There is the reason for that hypothesis or this hypothesis, and so on and so on.
Right.
What's the guy finding those? And they give you his name, what he did, what kind of method he used, like stratigraphy for the first. It was a woman to find the city the first time, um, and so on and so forth. And I think you can see the difference from the video you sent me to a video like that.
So, Luca, have you've heard of the Shroud of Turin? You heard of that before?
Yeah.
The Shroud of Turin?
I cannot understand what it is talking about it.
So the Shroud of Turin is supposed to be
Ah,
supposedly. I'm not
okay.
saying
Okay, the Shroud of Turin, the
right. Okay.
symphony. Okay.
So just a quick question about that. So, how much have you looked into that particular subject?
Quite a lot.
So my
Quite
understanding is
a
that
lot.
there's supposed to be like a certain level of radiation that would have caused the outline of that particular person to show up on the inside of that particular cloth,
Mhm.
but we're not able to recreate or repeat that for some reason, right?
On that, I'm agreeing with you. The
Yes, sir.
Shroud of Turin is, in my opinion, a very, very good work of art.
Okay.
And I do not think that anyone has figured out right now
Right.
how they did it. But for what I know, it was done in the 13th century, much later than Jesus. And yeah,
Okay.
we cannot reproduce that right now.
Well, the
I think
thing
it's a
that
first, though.
what
But
I understand is the hardest thing for them to recreate is that they don't have any way to. So this was not done with like inks or
yeah,
with
yeah, you are
paints,
right.
right?
Anyone who did it in some very clever way, and we did not figure out how. Just think about it. We do have petrified corpses in some museum here in northern Italy, and we do not know how the guy did it. Literally, they are petrified corpses, and we do not know how that happened. And the
Yeah.
shroud of Turin is something similar. We can tell that it's um, not nearly old enough to be the actual thing. But
Right.
if you ask me how they did it, I do not know.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to get your opinion on that in case you had already looked at it.
Yeah, I did because there is an association. Uh, there are some guys in Italy. It's called SICAP. They try to disprove any paranormal thing they
Right.
find, and they did try to reproduce the Shroud of Turin. No one did. And I get angry when people try to disprove things like that in a bad way, because I'm consistent. If you cannot prove with science something, you just tell that. The
Right.
Shroud of Turin is, it's impossible to reproduce right now. I
Hmm.
think it's the actual thing. No, it's too recent to be that. Uh, I just think that someone, some very clever artist, did it, and
Right.
we cannot even figure out how he did it.
Yeah.
Point. It's the real thing. I do not think so, because we have proof
Hmm.
for that. They did a lot of analysis. They they do not. Um, they are not.
Correlate.
We can analyze the grains inside the shroud, and they do not coincide to what we should expect. So it's a false for sure. For okay, we cannot be sure about anything, but for what we
Right.
know, what it's false, and it's recent. It's a very peculiar object, and we can not tell right now how they did it. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Right. No, yeah, I just like I said, I just want to get your opinion on that because I looked into it a little bit, and I personally can't imagine a cloth lasting for 2,000 years like that. Um, that's just
I
from my
think it's
perspective. So
possible. It's not that impossible, but it's
it'd be
not
really
doable.
hard. Yeah, really, really hard to preserve something like that.
About it, even the Catholic Church is not giving his opinion on that piece of cloth. So that tell you something when the little people that uh, have the object are telling you, yeah, it's a matter of faith. You know that they know that's a fake, even though it's a very outstanding piece of art. Let's be
Right. No,
clear.
no, I agree. Like I said, there's some things. Like I said, there's some things in the Catholic Church that I would say are spiritual or even paranormal, like you would say. But
Yeah,
I would actually go as far as to say that those can just simply be evil, like like evil spirits or something like that. If that were the case, assuming that that is real, right? Um, Me from my background, I personally do believe that there are evil spirits, and I understand if you don't believe that necessarily, but I'm just saying from my perspective and my background, yeah, it just uh, it even says in the Bible that there were going to be lying signs and wonders, and so that's
no,
just
no, no.
another thing to go down.
If
Yeah.
you do have something that can you prove you're right, you will
Hmm.
be out there telling people, yeah, it's the real thing. They are not doing that, and
Right.
that's telling a lot. Uh, and that's not the only thing. Near my house, you can find the crown of Italy, and
Uh-huh.
they say that there is a nail from. the cross of Jesus
Okay.
inside it. And they did the runs on analysis, and it's made of a little bit of iron and a lot of silver. The thing inside it, so
Huh.
it's not a nail. And there is another object in the Milan church, the Dome of Milan,
Right.
and that's another nail of the cross. Uh,
Yeah, I don't
and
know how they would get those.
none of those things are confirmed to be the actual thing, but they are there. And I do advise you, if you will ever come to my country, to see that, because just the crown of Italy, it's something incredible. Uh,
Yeah, I'd love to check it out. That'd be cool. I mean, I've been to a lot of places. I was actually we did 2 Mediterranean runs when I was on my submarine. But yeah, we went to Cyprus, Limassol, Cyprus. We went to
you told me that.
Barcelona, Spain. Went to Haifa, Israel. Places like that. But yeah, I'd like to check out Italy at least one time. That'd be great.
Yeah, but just think about it. If you are Christian, Rome,
Hmm.
Italy, we were the first ones, basically.
Right.
Well,
Uh,
a lot of the Italians are actually of Jewish descent too. Are you aware of
man,
that?
man, no.
No, it's true. It's true. As a matter of fact, if you compare the Jews and Italians, they look similar in many cases.
I
Mediterranean.
know my fair share of Jewish people, and we do not. Uh, some do, but let's be real. Jewish people were all around the globe, so
Yeah,
they,
especially the Mediterranean.
Yeah,
yeah,
they
Especially
kind
in
of
the
got mixed,
Mediterranean.
like all over the place. So, I mean, I don't think you have a Jew fro or anything like that, Luca.
yeah. I think their population it was too to be consistent with anything.
Because if
Uh, I know some old families.
I do find it
Some
interesting. Like that. So, the prophecy that the Jews were supposed to be disbanded or dispersed across the world and then come back as a
Yeah,
nation, right?
yeah, it was correct.
Yeah, that was an interesting prophecy from my perspective.
Yeah, but it's too vague.
Mhm.
If you need to do a prophecy, you need to be on point. It's easy to see how, yeah, something very bad will happen and you will disperse. It was a
Well,
thing, you know.
so I guess maybe we're looking at it the wrong way, but I was just going to say that so it's not like if we were talking about something like an ancient civilization, say the Aztecs, right? If there was a prophecy about the Aztecs coming back together as a nation, and then it came to pass at some given point, that would make a lot of sense if it was a real prophecy. But we know that the civilizations like the Aztecs or the Incans were completely wiped out, right? And
Yeah.
so whenever we talk about people like the Jews coming back as a nation, we're talking about the fact that they went back to their homeland and became a
Well,
solidified.
to be
Yeah,
real, people that read the Bible did that possible. So it was a uh, it comes over, because if you read the story and you have the power to make the story be real, it's a real prophecy.
well, okay, so essentially you don't believe that these are real Jews then, right? You think that the people that are in Israel are not real Jews?
I don't know. I think they are real, but my point is, people that remake Israel, they were Christian for the most part, so they just did what the Bible told them. Okay, we have all those Jews all around the globe. They were persecuted, so
Right.
let's make them a nation. It's You can say that the prophecy was
Well, the
fulfilled.
prophecy itself wasn't necessarily
If
that they would be
you read
back
the
as a
prophecy,
nation.
you have like I make a prophecy. Yeah, tomorrow
Well,
morning I will buy ice cream, and I
it
buy
was
ice cream.
it was with great difficulty that the Jews were able to have their own homeland because they wanted it for years and years and years, and they
Just
couldn't get
because
it.
they had the power to do so, and they did.
And when things were just right, they got a little piece back of their land.
Sorry, guys, I have to go,
It's
and
okay. Yeah.
No
it's like
problem, Luca. No problem.
8
It,
a.m. for there. So sorry if I cannot keep
It was
that.
great. It was great
it's okay, Luca.
having you to
I
because
Well,
hope
Luca.
see you each other. I gave you my mail in the
Yeah, I'm
chat.
gonna use that later.
You use that. Um, See you all, and it was a pleasure to all of you, even the people in chat. Honestly, Angel in particular.
God
okay.
bless
Have
you,
a great
Luca. I
day.
hope you have a blessed season. All right.
Nice day.
Good morning at this point. I think that's
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. It's like almost 4 a.m. over here.
yeah. Have a good morning and not even night right now. So thanks about everything,
Yeah,
and
not a problem. Hey, Luca, you again have a blessed season. All right.
see each other in some other stream. See you.
Okay.
All
See
right.
you.
See you.
Uh, God bless. Uh, as much as possible. Yeah. So I think you're pretty good at communicating, pigs. Fly.
Oh, I work at a call center, so I'm good at asking questions and getting to the root of problems. That and my background on the submarine, I had to do a lot of communication. So
Well, that's being put to good use, I guess now.
right, yeah, I think that God put me through all those things for a reason, and it really has helped me to grow spiritually and in faith as well. But um,
Yeah, because you're hitting a lot of good points. That's for sure.
yeah, I just happened to run across a lot of this stuff willy nilly. I don't know how it just always happens. That's why I think it's spiritual. That God has just like shown me these things. Um, and I'm not saying that everything that I've seen is like 100% accurate or true. I'm just saying that there's a lot of things that correlate very well with what we would see in the Bible and its
Yeah,
narrative.
and it's good how you're going through your own personal experience and your own personal um, awareness of the things that pertain to God that relate to the Bible and the gospel and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, praise the Lord that He's opened my eyes because I mean, I used to be an agnostic. Like, um, I was actually pretty hard leaning against Christianity at the time, and then if it weren't for what happened between me and my wife, I would still be an agnostic, to be honest.
which
But
which boils down to a personal experience, right?
correct, yeah, it was a well, I mean, it's not something for me that was a two-person paradigm shift. That's insane to think about. Like
Yeah,
it's one thing if one person had
right.
something that changed their life, right? No, it's another thing entirely when you have two individuals that
Two
have entirely
people.
different backgrounds
Yeah.
that came to the exact same conclusion at the exact same time. That's what I would call a miracle. And
No, that's
so,
that's very very true. Yeah,
yeah,
that
and
is
it
great.
really it opened my eyes in multiple levels. Because, like I said, not only did I realize that demons existed, but I knew by default that Jesus was the answer because of what happened. So it was just an all-encompassing event that truly opened my eyes to so many different things, and I could not have had a better experience with that, honestly. I mean, I got hurt, but I mean, in the end of it all, I mean, I have a scar, but I'm not worried about that. I'll never forget what happened, because of that.
Yeah.
And but anyways, that's a whole other thing. If you'll ever want to see the the testimony video, you can go to the link. Well, actually, I think I put it in the private chat here. Let me see if I put it in here real quick. Hang on. You just have to cut and paste.
If you comment outside, I can give you a wrench.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm just the thing is I'm on my phone, so if I get out of this, it's going to cut me out, so I won't be able to hop back in. But yeah, it's the one right underneath where Luca put his article there. It says Pigs Can Fly 2.0 testimony mini rant. If you put that into the YouTube search bar, it'll actually pull up as the top search result. But ironically, if you miss any one of those characters, for some reason it won't even pull it up. So, yeah, it's really annoying. I don't know why it had to be that way, but yeah, I just figured, if you guys ever wanted to like spread that out, I'm not asking for money. I don't care about any of that stuff. We just wanted to get our testimony out for people to see, so they understand this stuff's real.
Okay, if I put it on the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead. But yeah, it's just like I said, all we've wanted to do is just help people to come to see that there is real demonic activity out there. There is it's not just a joke. Whenever we hear stuff about paranormal activity, I'm not saying that there aren't fake videos. I'm saying that there are within the fake stuff. There are true testimonies of people that experience things and they can't explain it. Right? All they can explain is what happened. And this is what I would say is exactly what happened with me and my wife. But I mean, she's over here and she can testify just as I have that this is what happened. And it's definitely I think that's the reason why God brought us together. It's just to have such a strong testimony in the first place. So
yeah. Would you be interested in going through some of my atheist comments?
Sure. Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not too biased. I understand where they're coming from. I guess I used to be agnostic. I was that way for a really long time throughout my whole naval career, my time in high school, and just everything that I experienced up to that point. I was an agnostic. So, but yeah, I have plenty of conversations with people that are atheists today. And they're not too nice. A lot of them are very hard pressed, like I was, and I try to get it across to them that I was in the same boat.
But do they all seem pretty much all the same to you?
There is a lot that is almost verbatim. I don't want to say it is verbatim, but it's as if they're almost running off of a script or something.
Yeah.
And again, I used to say some of the same things too, but not to this degree. It's at this point I would say it's like almost as if they're in an echo chamber. And they're just stuck or trapped in that. And see, even at the time, whenever all this was happening with me and my wife, I was actually trying to argue with some Christians online, and I was reading Deuteronomy and the Psalms when this event occurred. And that's one of the reasons why I knew that my wife was not my wife at the time, because she said some things to me that just didn't make any sense. If she under her belief system and everything, it just didn't make any sense at all. But anyways, moving back forward to this, there are many people that claim to be atheists who I think what they do is they pick their favorite online atheist, like a YouTube atheist, and they just kind of like try to mimic them,
Yeah, and I can understand too that you would have a response that to the argument, you would just repeat it.
Right.
And so one repeats it to the other, and to the other, and they all seem to have the same story line. And then somebody else will come along and say something else. Then they'll start repeating that.
Well, the problem with it is that it always entails the same logical fallacies too. So if say that the person is only going based off of what they've heard from a YouTube atheist, and they've never looked at anything in philosophy or in archaeology for that matter, whatever different field they're talking about, there are many times where we have definitive proof for something that's the opposite of what they're saying, and then they make the claim that this has not been debunked or whatever, and I'm like, no, philosophically speaking, you're just wrong. You're just like if I had to go, like, it's whenever things like the dichotomy that they make when they try to conflate agnosticism with atheism, right? That's one big thing that bothers me a lot. They'll call themselves lacktheists, or they'll say that they lack belief in God, which doesn't really compute. First of all, I mean, if that's the case, then why do you even have to argue with anybody in the first place, right?
Yeah.
But moving
Well,
forward from
yeah,
that,
obviously, belief in God is a power that they feel threatened by.
right? I mean, it's obviously something that they have to argue against if they want to maintain their position, right? And see, that's the reason why I myself was also, as an agnostic, I wanted to be able to at least defend my position and my belief system at the time. And that's why I was actually fighting hard against the Christian at the time that I was arguing with.
Right.
But that night, everything stopped. I completely stopped with all of that. And so,
Right.
I mean,
But so it's kind of ironic that they are threatened by the teaching of God, but they
yeah.
don't want to admit that it is a power, a force,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And see, that's interesting because it's funny. They'll even make the comparison of God to like unicorns or Santa Claus, right? Things that we know
Right.
are fake, right? But
Right.
then they'll at the same time say that they never made any claims. And I'm like, well, you just made the claim that God is comparable to Santa Claus and to unicorns.
Right. But they're not afraid of Santa Claus or unicorns.
Right. And then it's funny, on top of that, they'll say, if I had to defend myself against these things, I'd have to call myself a unicornist or a Santa Clausist, right? Or whatever you want to, whatever stupid thing they want to bring up. And it's just a false dichotomy. It's a false, correlation there.
To them, it's all the same thing. It's all gods to them, but it's only Christianity that they have a problem with.
Well, I always pointed out directly to them that is not only a false dichotomy, but it is egregious. I mean, that is a fallacy of the highest order because you're talking about something that's created within the universe compared to something that would have created the universe. And that is a vast difference. We're talking about something entirely different when you say that, right?
Right.
And so when people make that comparison, I have to call them out on that because it shows them just how ignorant they are truly to even bring it up in such a manner, right? See, once you start exposing that to the people that are in the comment section, then the people that are paying attention to the comments will start to realize, yeah, this is pretty wrong. You don't want to do that, right? And so even if the person themselves don't see that or want to continue doing their stupid fallacious things, at least other people will see how crazy what he's doing is, right? And it's usually a guy. I'm not saying that to be feminist or whatever, or I'm just saying that's just a correlation there. But anyways, there are sometimes justifications, but very, very few of them actually make sense. And even the ones that do make sense are still fallacious in the end. I've gone through so many different arguments, especially with people that follow guys like Matt Dillahunty or T-Jump. They make the same logical fallacies every single time.
Look at what this guy wrote here.
Sorry, I'm trying to zoom in.
Well, it's
here.
okay. I'll just read it. It
says, so power and magic that always existed caused the universe to come to exist, no God required.
What? It's the extent they have to go to combat the truth.
Well, first of all, if we had to go by that logic, you have to assume if magic exists, there still has to be somebody that's doing the magic, right? So I'm not really sure where he's getting that from. That's just another logical fallacy.
You're talking about power and magic instead of God.
See, those are just parts of the whole. Obviously, like God would encompass all of those things, and therefore would be the necessary, the common denominator, what you would call that.
Well, it's the same thing when you appeal to infinite possibilities. That's the same thing as appealing to God, who is infinite power.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I just that again, that's another logical fallacy just from the start there. I mean, you can't assume power and magic without assuming that there was something that's capable of enacting those things, right? So I don't understand where they're going with that. Much simpler answer. And so you don't think I am being inconsistent. I define magic as something we just don't understand yet. And I am okay with not having all the answers. To a caveman, matches would be magic. To me, it is just science. So I don't think he's right about this. First and foremost, because if there are things that are simply unanswerable by science, he would just automatically be wrong. Just period. Altogether there. So, and there have been things that have been shown not to be able to be answered by science or explained by science. So again, his entire point here is just nonsense, honestly. But the other thing with that is that he is assuming that we're going to find the answer somehow. It's as if he doesn't realize that the majority of answers that science doesn't cover today are actually metaphysical in nature. So it completely just disregards all of those things, and it just assumes that we're going to find the answer in terms of, you know, like physical things. That doesn't make any sense. Exactly. You tell him. Except power cannot create itself. That's right. It's just funny, you know. I think the reason why people act the way that they do nowadays is because there's so much. Just like you were talking about before, there's a lot of subliminal messaging in the media and the things that we watch and see, and it causes people to think a certain way. You know. I don't want to get into like all the conspiracy theories and everything like that, but it just seems like there really is like a mastermind plan behind getting people not to believe in God. And if you take a look at the book by Albert Pike, The 33rd Degree Freemason, it's called Morals and Dogma. He actually talks about the purpose of atheism and how it's going to be brought about in our societies. And it's verbatim exactly what we're seeing today. I just think it's interesting that I honestly, I think if atheism as a whole was to just be, or let me put it this way: if atheists today were just willing to take a look at any written document that had to do with atheism before it became a mainstream thing, they'd probably realize that it's been concocted from its inception to just simply be anti-God. Not just we lack belief in God, but no, anti-God, right? And its entire purpose is to literally get rid of Christianity because it sees Christianity as a threat, not the other religions. If you take a close look, they almost never try to converse with Muslims or with Hindus or Buddhists. Right. I mean, yeah, sure, Buddhists don't really necessarily believe in a God necessarily, but they do believe in a higher power, right? Which would still make atheism wrong. But anyways, there's so much that's wrong with this this notion. And if they, like I said, they go and read what Albert Pike had to say, they'd probably realize that there's a lot more going on in the world today than they they realized from the first part there.
Okay, see, order itself. Okay, whatever. I can't really do this right now. I'm just not concentrating very well.
That's all good. I think I've actually talked to some of these guys before.
Yeah.
They're just diehard. You know, they don't want to come to reality, basically. And I mean, maybe they're like Luca, but the majority of them are not. But yeah, that's why I was going to be praying, that we can try to help Luca, because he said that he said that if we could tell him something that we should not otherwise know, that would be a miracle to him, and he would be willing to come back to Jesus over that.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing with Christian teaching is about what we can actually determine to be true, by God's word, because
Right.
God's word is building on a foundation of truth, which
Right.
leads you to understand and see things better.
Yeah, I agree. Ever since I came back to Christianity, my eyes have been completely, well, I should say my perspective has been altered completely. Like, I have not seen things in the same light since, and I it's almost as if I have become a new person. Does that make sense? Like, I don't see life the same at all. And so just looking at things through what the Bible teaches, it really does give you a new perspective, and it helps you to see that this really is true in all walks of life. Um, I'm trying to find verses that I can just pop off real quick that would make it a lot more obvious for people that are listening. I mean, for instance, if you look at societies today, the vast majority of them are living under the standard that Jesus put forward, right? Which is to love thy neighbor as you love thyself, right? And also to forgive and pray for your enemies, right? To turn the other cheek. And that's not like across the board, but there are still societies that will do that, right? And the ones that do that seem to be doing a lot better, right? Going back into the talk about homosexuality and how it's impacted like societies as a whole, there are many studies that have shown that they are a direct result or direct, cause to the fall of that society at the time. That nation. If you look at the Roman Empire when it fell, they had already allowed pedophilia to take place. Nero, he had a young boy of 13 that he had castrated.
Nero?
Yeah, he had castrated this little boy. I forgot his name. They had his name in the records, but yeah, he married this little boy, a 13-year-old, and was raping him, consistently here. And I mean, that's not that long before the fall of Rome. Like if you look at the history there, that's only a few hundred years before they had their fall.
Yeah.
And that's just one example. That's not even counting like when Greeks fell. There was obviously even the Incans. They talked about how there was homosexual practices there, and they were also had cannibalistic tendencies. There was a lot of things that they did that was just inhumane and insane by any standard. But they did it because of their religious practices.
Because of the corruption.
Right, exactly.
Have you ever seen some of the statues of the early settlers of America? It's really it's pretty
I've
good.
seen a lot of archaeological stuff, but I'm not sure what do you mean, like the
it's good sculpture. They have like African features a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen some that had like piercings in their cheeks and things like that in the statue, or
well,
they'll have what was
in
that?
Central America, Jesse talks a lot about them. They're like the first statues from the first people that settled there.
Yeah,
and they have African features, and it turns out that the people of that area do have the CY chromosome, which is the Y chromosome of Nimrod, who is the son of Cush,
Oh,
who is the
wow.
father of all Ethiopian sub-Saharan Africans.
Which would make sense with their practice, their religious practices as well, because they a lot of them believed in like the thunder god, which is supposed to be a bird, Quetzalcoatl, as I think is how you say that.
Quetzalcoatl.
Um, Quetzalcoatl, yeah, and well, he had different names, but yeah, that was the main name I remember. He's called the Thunderbird or Quetzalcoatl, and there's another name. I think it's Kukulkan is another one. But essentially, like the different tribes, they had the same god but different name.
Oh yeah.
That they were worshiping. Similar to what you'd see in Egypt, like they had the god Osiris, who's supposed to be, and this is the god Ra, is supposed to be the sun god. Osiris is supposed to be the god of the dead. Like these same gods, they can be found throughout historical cultures. So if you look at like the Nordics, the Nordic folks, they believed in Odin, who was supposed to be like the first god and the supreme god, right? And I would say he's comparable to Kronos of like the Greeks, right? And then you
Yeah.
have there's like Thor, right? Thor is supposed to be the son, right, of Odin, and he's like also the thunder god, right?
Yeah.
And so if you compare him to other gods, like there's Apollo, right? Apollo is supposed to be another son, a son of Zeus, but Zeus himself was the thunder god, right? Or the lightning god, I should say.
Yeah.
And he was king of the gods, and so there's a lot of correlation here. It's just
Yes.
really interesting to see the
Especially
least.
when back in the day, when where they originated from is all the same place.
Right. I mean, and see, the thing is, if you, it's funny because I was reading the story for Samson, right, the judge, um, and his escapades, and it's very close to the account for Hercules and the Greek mythology, right? But the thing is, the story of Samson was written long before Hercules was adapted to that story. So, or rather, I should say that it's almost as if they were trying to copy the story of Samson, but they tried to change it
Oh
up a little bit, basically.
yeah.
Um, Now, there are some speculation out there about how it's possible that Hercules could have came before Samson, and that Samson was a later adaptation. But the problem with that is that it was too close of a timeline with the one that they gave. In other words, it's like within like 50 years or something like that, which is not even, that's insane to think about for like
Yeah.
legendary accounts. And so, anyways, there's a whole lot that goes into that discussion, but my understanding is that the adaptation for that story actually came hundreds of years later than the original story for Samson. And on top of that, so like there's correlations with that, because you remember how, like, I don't know how much you know about Greek mythology, but if you've heard the story for Hercules, you know that he went to kill a lion, right? Called the I want to say it's the Aeaean lion,
Yeah.
and he kills it with his bare hands, right? Which is exactly what Samson did with the lion too.
Right.
And then he skins it. He skins it alive, and he takes its pelt, and the pelt is supposed to be like a protection for him.
Yeah.
And it's he uses it later to do something. I'm trying to remember what exactly he had to go through to get. I'm not trying to get him mixed up with anybody else's. I think there's a golden fleece, but I think there's another character in Greek mythology that had to get that. So I don't want to go down that rabbit hole yet. But I just remember that was a pretty interesting correlation, because we're talking about two strong men, Samson and Hercules, and they both had to kill a lion, right? So
Yeah.
those are perfectly correlated there. I mean, and to my knowledge, there was no other stories like this in Greek mythology until this was shown. So I don't know. To me, it just seems like that's something that was thrown in there after the fact. And
Yeah.
then you have there's also a story where Hercules fights off nearly 1,000 men at one point, and Samson did kill 1,000 Phoenicians with a donkey bone, a
Right.
donkey's jaw, right? And so
Yeah.
that's interesting too. It's like they were just pulling from the story of the biblical account of an actual man, right? and maybe they're calling Samson Hercules for all we know. I don't even know. It could be that the Phoenicians recognized him because remember he was sent there to judge the Phoenicians. He was there to deliver Israel from the Phoenicians at the time. So it
Right.
would make sense that they would hail him as a god if he was like literally destroying their nation. I mean,
Right.
that makes a lot of
Right.
sense.
Yeah.
But anyways, I know I'm kind of going like down another rabbit hole there.
Well, that's pretty interesting, though. Yeah, really. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, I put a lot of time and thought into that because whenever me and my wife first started reading the Bible, we went straight from Genesis and started moving forward, right? And we just went through, and read each individual account. And I thought his account was really interesting because I remember hearing the story when I was a kid, but I didn't remember all the details, right? Like the insane things that happened. Like he literally tears a door that's a massive metal door off of a city.
Yeah. I
And
carried
he
it up the
walks
hill.
around with it. He
Yeah.
literally walks around with this thing. That's like something you would expect from Hercules, right? So,
Yeah.
anyways, there's a lot of things that would just be perfectly correlated if you take a look at the mythology. But hey, what's up, Gavin?
Shalom, guys. Shalom. Doing
Oh,
well.
I'm good.
Awesome, praise the Lord.
Amen, brother.
So, honest, faithful, and true didn't want anything to do with this channel if Gavin is a moderator. So
Yeah.
What? Okay,
Well,
why? I don't understand.
well, he's Australian, and New Zealanders and Australians hate each other, eh?
Oh, I
okay.
see.
Yeah.
Oh, there shouldn't be so much hate. That's ridiculous.
Well, it's only because we crush them in rugby year after year.
All right.
I was never good at that game, so.
Yeah, but that's okay, Jungle. I don't need a wrench. It's fine. That's fine.
Well, I don't know if he'll be back, but I made him a wrench, but I didn't make you a wrench yet, though.
No, well, give him the wrench, and I don't need a wrench. I'm happy being
Yeah,
de-wrenched.
it's no big deal. I mean, but I don't want him to feel excluded or anything, that's all.
No,
Right.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So better just to leave him with a wrench and just leave me as I am.
Yeah, for the time being, anyway. Maybe.
Yeah, that was a good effort from you guys tonight. Good effort.
Yeah,
Luca.
it's one of
an
those
effort.
things. I mean, I understand where Luca's coming from, but at the same time, I do think that he is definitely. What do you want to say about that? It's as if he wants to suppress the truth, just like it says in the Bible, in all unrighteousness. I don't think he's like, necessarily an evil person. I know that we all do evil things, but I feel like he just doesn't recognize his sin, and that's the problem. So.
Well, it is a European mindset where
Yeah, true.
they just don't have God in the picture anymore. I mean, they used to.
Yeah. Well, the irony is that they're more or less being judged, if you think about it, because they've allowed all the refugees from Muslim majority countries to come over there, and now they're seeing all the, the rape gangs, whatever they call them, and they have those no-go zones now in all kinds of places there.
Well, maybe Christian values do mean something, right?
Right. Yeah, it's funny. They'll start complaining about religion whenever it's Muslims, but they don't want to think about what they're getting rid of whenever they get rid of Christianity. It's funny. I remember hearing Richard Dawkins say, he was asked the question, would you want to live in a society that was not, or that was under an atheistic perspective? And he said no directly. He said, no, I would not want that, because he understands what that would entail. And he knows that it's either going to be a communist. Yeah, go ahead.
In some ways, Richard Dawkins is almost convinced of Christianity, except that he just doesn't want to admit it.
Right. No, I agree.
Because some of his interviews, talking about information in the genome, in the cell, is real information. It's real computer information. It's, you know, uh, and yet just doesn't want to admit that it can't write itself, you know.
Right, exactly. I mean, he's even gone as far as to say that he believes that it's possible that late aliens could have seeded the planet, which I think is
Be-
insane. But
because of how impossible it is.
well, he recognizes that there is code in the DNA molecules, and that
Right.
this is an actual translatable message. You know, that I mean,
Right.
not that you can like have a like a sentence that you can read off necessarily, but more like
But you could program it
technically
with a sentence
speaking.
you could read off. You could program it with video, you know, or text or anything. You could program it just like any other program. In fact, that's what they're working on is biological computers.
Exactly. Yeah, I just think it's really interesting that people can't recognize. Well, I would say the majority of atheists cannot recognize that it is an actual code, and it would be required for something to put that code there, right? For anything like us to exist.
Yeah, I mean, either you're going to have to credit nature for writing code, which it cannot do,
Can't do it. No.
has no capability of doing anything close to that.
I mean, it
Except
has
they
to be
believe it
translated and then transcribed, and then of course, it has to be
understood,
expressed physically, right? And so that's the other thing with it.
expressed physically, yeah. And there's all kinds of signaling and messaging and everything going on in biology, in the plants and animals, everything. There you go. Very interesting. So
How's it going, Bubble?
but yeah,
Yeah, I'm actually got to go in a little bit. It's actually like super early, but my son's already up, so I got to get stuff going for him.
yeah. No, we can't go on forever.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but yeah. Hey, if anything, I had a good discussion, guys. I appreciate the talk, and I hope you all have a blessed night. All right.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So yeah, I was going through this thing, the responses that you have to make to atheists, and I just keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Let's see if I can go here. See what I got here. The logical, plausible, and probable life. Oh yeah, we went from that. We left that. Anyway, that's about it for right now.
Good stream, Jungle. Good stream tonight.
That was fun. It's interesting. Kind of lightweight, I guess. Light conversation.
Yeah, but sometimes that's not all bad, you know.
Yeah.
Praise has got a debate coming up this week, and so do I.
Yeah. Does he have his own channel? Let me see. I guess he.
Praise does have a channel. Yes.
Oh, bubble vase. I mean, pigskin fly.
Oh, I'm not sure. He should do because he's
Yeah,
great. Really good to
right.
listen to.
Yeah, he's good at communicating and getting across, and having and listening to the other person, having
Yeah,
a conversation.
yeah. That's a skill. That's a skill.
Yeah, which most of us, all we want to do is say what we think and get our message out there, and not listen to the other person very much.
True. True.
But,
That, that's why the atheist theist debates often turn out to be two people just talking past one another.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, we pretty much understand their position of naturalism,
Yeah.
which has nothing to do with atheism. But I don't think they even understand it themselves very much. Either what atheism is or what naturalism claims. I don't think they understand either.
A large majority of them won't jungle, but they will get their talking points off of YouTube.
Oh yeah, good bullet points,
Yeah.
talking points, copied and pasted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Prose has got a debate this week on does God exist?
Oh
Oh
yeah.
no, does the Christian God exist? Because he's up against a guy who's atheist slash agnostic, but it's up to Praise to provide evidence that it is the Christian God that is the one true God.
Right. Because he's
And
defined. That's
yeah,
that's how God is defined. Is defined as the Christian God.
yes, yes.
I mean, the Christian God is the definition of the Christian God is the definition of the only real God.
Well, that's what the debate will be. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it'll be. But my one seems to be a bit easier. My one is um, is what is more rational, theism or atheism? That's the topic of my debate.
Atheism can't tell you anything.
Correct.
It can't
So
tell you what is.
that's right. So I think the hard work's all going to be ahead of the atheist, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Because it doesn't say what is. It can't say what is. It doesn't believe what is. That's the whole
Well,
problem. It doesn't believe in what is.
well, everything is purely subjective to the atheist, even the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, you get into morality, and then they try to muddy the water with morality.
Yeah.
But the even just the reason for morality is an ought.
That's right.
Even having morality is an ought. Theism is more rational.
Yeah, I think it's going to be it should be I mean, my worldview, the theist worldview, should be easy to defend as far as being rational, because I did look up um, the dictionary definition of rational, and I kind of smiled because the dictionary definition was that it's an adjective, so it's a describing word, right? It describes something.
Yeah.
Like, the word, say, ruddy. You can say somebody's has a ruddy complexion. Well, that's a way of describing someone's complexion.
Yeah.
So rational is an adjective, but according to the dictionary, it simply means based on or in accordance with reason or logic. So the atheist has to put forward an argument that is convincing that his worldview is in accordance with reason or logic. Now, good luck to him trying to do that.
Right, because it doesn't have any reason or logic.
Well, they will say they will say things like, we use subjective standards of logic and reason and morality, but then there's a problem straight away. There's a problem straight away with it being subjective.
So, did Thomas Aquinas give some rationale for the existence of the Christian God?
Ah, that's handy to know. Jungle, I'll write that down.
Or didn't? Yeah, I guess.
I will write that down. Are you waiting for the sun to come up so you can crank up your sawmill?
Oh no, I'm actually I'm in New Jersey right now,
All right. Okay.
and it's the East Coast, and it's 6:30 a.m. and I don't see any light yet.
Well, won't be far away.
Yeah, I guess 7:30 maybe.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
7:30 light comes up. But I used to work at night, so
Right,
I never never knew. It was always dark to me.
right. So you did shift work.
Yeah, I did the night shift. I like the night shift better than any other shift.
Okay. Any
But
particular reason?
well, it's a little bit more relaxed,
Right.
but
Yeah.
there's still a lot of work. So much so that today I walked through the airport and I was seeing all the work that people were doing, and I'm saying, I'm glad I don't have to be there. I saw them doing my job, towing
Yeah.
stuff, and
Yeah.
I was saying, I'm glad I don't have to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, if I
You don't.
do, I do it for myself, you know.
Yeah. You don't miss working jungle. You don't miss it.
I'm not yet, but
Right.
I have too much stuff to do. I'm just trying to. I'm right now. I'm trying to use up my free passes.
Yep.
They're going to expire by March 6th, 15th.
Yeah.
So I have to use them up before then, otherwise I'll lose them. So
I
that's
know. I know.
I'll be going back and forth between Missouri, the Midwest, and here on the East
Right.
Coast.
Right. Gotcha. Man, doesn't coronavirus suck, eh? You could be. Are your free passes? Are they economy? They would be economy, wouldn't they?
It's economy, but you know they can be upgraded. But it's really surreal traveling. Everybody. I mean, before this thing happened last year in February, I was already in the woods in Missouri,
Right.
and I haven't been working since then. And to come out and see everybody masked up with face shields, masks,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
even a respirator. There were some
Yeah.
foreigners that had a Chinese respirator on. I think they were Russian or something. I don't know what they were.
Right.
But they had like this respirator with a tube coming out of their face mask into a little tiny respirator, like a Chinese
Right.
thing, whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
But
So they were really tooled up.
yeah, but it was a whole group of them, like 5 or 6 of them. It was like, and they all
Right.
had one. And face
Gotcha.
shields, everybody with face shields. Some of them had. There was one girl that had a face shield that said right across the front of it, "face shield," as if it wasn't enough to be using a face shield, to have a face shield. You had to be written across their face shield in big letters.
Yeah.
It's just so it's so surreal though. It's so surreal. And you have to wear it. You have to wear the mask all the time in the airport, in the airplane, all the time. And if you eat something, you have to move your face mask a little bit, put the food in your mouth, and put the face mask back on.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, I came out of the woods in Missouri where nobody uses it. Nobody, even the stores. You walk in the stores, nobody's using it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, here's something which was a bit of a surprise to me. I saw on the news yesterday that Shell Oil, the petroleum company, posted a $48 billion loss for 2020.
Shell oil, yeah,
Yeah. $48 billion loss. But I would imagine that's probably the first year they've ever had a loss. I think every year they've probably had gains.
yeah. They might be complaining soon.
Well, if planes ain't flying and ships aren't sailing,
Yeah,
there's a quite a drop in demand for oil, isn't there?
yeah. Yeah, well, I remember when this first started hitting, there were ships backed up, and you could buy a ship full of oil for almost dirt cheap by comparison, right?
Yeah.
The- So, but I was going to do a short live stream or whatever, talking
Yeah.
about talking about cells, the difference between a living cell and a computer.
Yeah.
And the living cells have a literal written living word inside of them. That's what
Yes.
makes them. It's what sets them apart.
Yes.
Not to mention the fact that they reproduce.
Sure. Now, for the atheist will claim that this code is,
But it's living.
yeah, I know. I understand what you're saying, and I share your position. But the atheist is going to say, yes, this is a code, but this code is formed naturalistically.
It's
Formed.
alive. Yeah, I know. Which it could never do. It can't even form a computer code that's not even living by itself.
Sure. So when the atheist argues that position that DNA, okay, I agree it's a code, but it is formed naturally, then surely the obvious question is, well, can you show me evidence that DNA is
Reproduce it.
formed naturally?
It's not reproducible. It's not science. And they
Right,
haven't been able to reproduce it, so it's not science.
right, right, right. And I'm with you on that, which is why I fail to see why there's this term evolutionary science. Science,
It's a
if something's a
contradiction.
science, if something's a science, it should be able to pass those 4 tenets of the scientific method. It should be able to be observed,
Yeah.
demonstrated, tested, and repeated.
And repeated. Yeah, exactly.
But
And
you
they can't
can't
repeat
do
it.
that with evolution. So why call it a science?
No. Yeah, this it's alive. It's not just computer code. It's a living system where it's actively responding to the environment, sending signals, receiving signals, moving
Mm,
information around, all kinds of things going on that they never even dreamed of was possible.
sure, gotcha.
It's full of nanobots. Yeah, nanotechnology. That's what it's about. And James
Right.
Tour can tell you about that, Dr. James Tour.
Yeah. He's great, isn't he? He's
Yeah.
fantastic to listen to.
Yeah, and then he doesn't need anybody to tell him what to do or what to say, right? He can
No.
say anything he wants. He says, I love Jesus.
Yeah. 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 Well, when
And
you get
nobody
to,
can tell him, you can't say
yeah.
that. You can't say it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you get to sort of like his position in life with the number of patents and the number of awards he's received,
Yeah.
who's gonna argue with him, you know?
It's like they disagree with him and they try to put him down. They try to say he's irrelevant, but who are they talking to? They don't even know who they're talking to, right?
Yeah, I know. I know. I know. That's actually something that Praise and I were discussing on his channel today. There's something you might not have heard of this jungle, or you might have. It's called just give me a sec here. Let me try and find it.
It's just so amazing. It's amazing how much denial that they're under, and they don't even know it.
Yeah. Yeah. Jungle, there's a fallacy, and it's called the pathetic fallacy. I don't know if you've ever. Yeah, it's actually called the pathetic fallacy. But
Yeah.
atheists employ it all the time, and it's easy to find. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
It's easily found just by going to Wikipedia, but Wikipedia says the phrase pathetic fallacy is a literary term for the attribution of human emotion and conduct to things found in nature that are not human.
Yeah. Things found in nature that aren't human.
Correct, yeah.
The pathetic fallacy?
Yeah, it's called the pathetic fallacy. And atheists commit it all the time.
Like, can you give an example?
Sure. It's often used in poetry with the phrase, the clouds seem sullen. or the leaves danced, or the rocks on the beach seemed indifferent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's two things that atheists always do is they commit what's called the pathetic fallacy by hand waving away anything to do with God,
Right.
because
Then
God has nothing to do with human
yeah, well,
with
that means
mankind.
they're attributing everything to the objects themselves.
Correct. Yeah, correct. And the other fallacy that they always make is that they anthropomorphize God from being the creator God
Yeah.
down to a human. They try to
Oh yeah.
bring him down to like a human, and judge him by
Well,
human
I mean,
standards.
they compare him with unicorns and Santa Claus.
Sure, sure, sure.
It's pathetic.
It is. It is.
It's
But but here's the problem, my
the
friend.
cause of the universe is not a unicorn.
Exactly. But here's where I think the theist or the Christian is always going to have it over the atheist. The atheist tries to obtain absolute truth and reason using their senses and the human brain, because that's how they process information.
Yeah.
But science has shown that the senses, the human senses and the human brain can be fallible, I'm not saying that every atheist brain is fallible, but that mere um,
I would say
that
that.
yeah, that mere possibility that your senses and your brain could be fallible means that you're relying on a less than reliable processing um,
Yeah.
utility to process the information.
Well,
But
their
the
problem
Christian,
is they're not even being logical. That's what their
no,
problem is.
no, you're right. But the Christian, on the other hand, the Christian does obtain perfect logic and perfect reason through the infinite mind of God that is revealed in the Bible.
Right.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that every Christian is going to know the mind of God. That's a ridiculous thing to say, because if every Christian did know the mind of God, we'd all be God.
Yeah.
But
But
but we
when
can,
you read the
yeah,
Bible, you can
yeah,
expect for God to speak to you.
yeah, and we can get a glimpse. We can get a glimpse of the mind of God in the pages of Scripture.
Yeah.
So therefore, even if we have a fallible brain or fallible senses, we can still rely on the written word, the text in Scripture, to give
Right.
us absolute logic and absolute reason.
Because they came up with the absolute truth thousands of years ago, while everybody else is still looking for it.
Right. Gotcha. So that seems a pretty strong argument to me.
Yeah. And of course, it's lasted for thousands of years, and people are still buying Bibles.
Yeah.
For it hasn't become obsolete. It's become more relevant as time goes on. As a matter of fact, because is everything everything the Bible says everything's by His word. That's what
Yeah.
we're discovering in biology. It's by His word,
Yeah.
according to His dictates, according to His creation.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the word of his power, or the power of his word.
Yep. Yeah. Now the atheist is going to argue, well, I don't actually believe that the Bible is the word of God. And we could answer that by saying, look, that's totally fine. That's just your subjective opinion. However, the historicity of the Bible, and particularly the resurrection, has been confirmed by atheist biblical scholars
Yeah,
and theist biblical scholars.
yeah, you're
Now,
right.
how do you contend with the fact that there are atheist New Testament scholars? I can reel some names off that have written that 3 days after Christ was buried in the tomb, his followers and his disciples believed that they saw him alive and well again after 3 days. This is what
And
atheist New Testament scholars are saying.
nobody could produce the body.
Correct. Correct. That's a big thing. And
Of course, yeah. Because what power did they have to take the body from the Romans that had guards over the tomb? But, you know, and as soon as anybody ever discovered what happened, that he was no longer in the grave, they all the power of Rome couldn't produce the body. Or let me try this share thing here.
Jungle,
Yeah,
in Matthew's gospel, it's written that they tried to bribe the guards to say that they fell asleep.
yeah. Well,
But
yeah,
that's
but they still didn't produce the body,
no,
regardless.
no. And this is one of my arguments is that um, the resurrection, the resurrection of Jesus Christ would have been so easy to falsify by his enemies, which were the Jewish chief priests of the Sanhedrin and the Pharisees. It would have been so easy to falsify if it was just a story, if it wasn't true. But the Pharisees and the Jewish chief priests remained silent. They never issued an official tome or any kind of official document debunking this story that was going around that Jesus Christ is alive. And that silence, I think, speaks volumes, because they had everything. They had so much skin in the game for that dead body of Christ to be in that tomb on Monday morning.
Right. Yep. Because that was the whole point of killing him, is to do away with him. But then,
Yeah.
if he rises from the dead, then what are you going to do?
Well, then you run the risk. I've often thought about this. I've often thought, well, what if the chief priest of the Sanhedrin did issue an official tome or some kind of document that said, look, this resurrection nonsense is just a hoax. Maybe Jesus would have marched right up to the Sanhedrin and said, here I am, suckers. Now what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You've already killed me once. Try and do it again.
Yeah. But of course, God is not like us.
No.
Because
But
he's not worried. He's not worried about them. He's not worried about the
no,
wicked people and the heathens and liars and things like that.
that's right.
Doesn't bother him. He's got time. We don't. We don't have time. But he's got all the time in the world
Yeah.
or in the universe. So Ivan Van Veen got some issues here going on.
Ivan.
Are you familiar with that?
Oh yeah, he's around. He's always trolling around.
It's a great work. Pulsmanius.
I had there was 3 atheists on John Maddox's show tonight, Jungle, and after Maddox went to bed and left us to it, I was
Yeah,
challenging these guys. I was saying, look, why don't you come in the live room and defend, the nonsense that you're spewing in the chat here?
right.
Leave the safe space of the chat and come into the room. And all I got was really smart aleck kind of answers. So then I timed them out and I said, unless you can come up with one positive contribution that atheism has made to society,
Yeah, atheism.
you're gonna be timed out all night. And they kept coming back with smart aleck answers, so I just kept timing them out. I said, look, I just want one example of a positive contribution that atheism has made to society. You just got to give me one. And they couldn't.
Yeah. Well, of course not. Because, I mean, Lawrence Krauss can't even get a Nobel Prize. Because he's looking for dark matter
Yeah,
that doesn't exist.
I know. I know. I know.
I just turned light. It's light out. Seven a.m. In Missouri, it doesn't get light till like 7:30 a.m. Or
Oh,
wasn't
really?
anyway. Yeah.
Or was it anyway?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I noticed it gets light later in Missouri for some reason. Probably where it's at in the time zone. Because I keep a couple of times I'm waiting for the light to come, and it just doesn't come until later.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Missouri is in the south of the US, though, isn't it, Jungle?
Um, it's not. It's not like Louisiana. It's actually there's Louisiana, there's Arkansas, and then Missouri's above Arkansas. So it's like in the middle. It's in the middle of the United States, but it's there's north and south to it. So I'm in the south
Right.
of Missouri.
So would you call the state of Missouri like a Midwest kind of state?
Yeah, it's right next to Kansas. As a matter of fact, it's Midwest. Yeah.
Right. So Arkansas is further north than Missouri?
Below Arkansas is below. Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Missouri.
wow. I didn't know that. Wow.
It's right below. It's the state underneath it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then what? Arkansas is above Louisiana. Is that the way it works? Something like that.
Yeah.
Because Arkansas isn't on the Gulf.
Mm.
Louisiana's on the Gulf. Texas is on the Gulf. Mississippi's Alabama. Yeah, they're on the Gulf. So yeah, there's Louisiana, Arkansas, and then Missouri is on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you drive, it's an hour to get through New Jersey, 5 hours to get through Pennsylvania.
Mm,
Who knows how many hours to get through Ohio? About 4 hours to get through Ohio.
mm,
Got 3 hours Indiana. Then there's a little bit of Illinois. Then it's 4 hours to get through Missouri to the other
mm,
side of Missouri.
mm-hmm. And
And
that's all on.
who knows how
Sorry.
many hours to get through Texas.
Well, I don't think Texas ever ends. Doesn't it just keep going?
No, just I don't know if you can get through it in one day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Wow, that's amazing.
that's at today's speeds.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's all on freeways, jungle?
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
it's
Good.
all freeways. Yeah, freeway driving straight.
Yeah.
Driving 70 miles an hour.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Our speed limit in New Zealand is 50 miles an hour on the open motorway.
Yeah. Yeah, because it just keeps on going for I don't want to say forever, but it just keeps on going and going and going.
Right.
And you never get there if you if you're not going at a good speed, it'll take forever to get there.
And it's mostly straight. Not many like curves.
Yeah, the curves are more well, it curves through the mountains and stuff, but the curve is when you get off and get on another one, then you curve.
Okay.
But
Oh, must be.
otherwise, yeah, but otherwise that's why you can go 70. As a matter of fact, in what is it? Is it Mississippi? One of
Mm-hmm.
the states that's 75,
Oh, okay.
which which is like going through like like lowland swampland or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's just straight too, just straight.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they have 75 speed limit, which is almost 80, which is
Yeah.
basically what everybody does. But in New Jersey, they go 80 anyways.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
But you can't safely drive faster than 80 miles an hour, consistently.
Not for long periods of time, I'm sure.
Right. And I do see trucks running off the road and stuff like that.
Wow.
Just in my back and forth, I've seen, 3 or 4 trucks just drove right off the road and stuff.
I wonder if that's got to do with the drivers maybe falling asleep or something.
Probably, yeah. Probably fell asleep. And I've seen it happen before too.
Sure.
They tip over, they go off the edge of the road, tip over, and all kinds of stuff. Jackknife.
Yeah. It'd be a mission to get them on all 4 wheels, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Or
and
18.
then it's a lot of work to clear that. And there's some I've actually seen some they just left it there.
Really?
If it's over the edge, it's over the edges. They just left it there. It looked like. You got another one? You got another Gavinator? How many do you want? You got 2 of them. Must have had technical problem, technical complications there. Jeremy Martin, there we go. Good morning. That was some noise, I guess. Well, I guess I'll go out in a little bit. I'll go out for coffee or something. Go get me some Brazilian food and some coffee and whatever. Pastel de queijo, pastel de carne, coxinha, guaraná, café, bolinho de bacalhau, kibe. Get all kinds of stuff for breakfast. uh, the Dutch gave New Zealand its original European name. Let me see. A living cell does everything: movement, replication, manipulation, etc. A computer is solely manipulating information. Yeah. There you go. Nova Zelandia. Yeah. Nova Scotia, Nova Zelandia, all of that stuff's. That's our heritage, our European heritage.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yep.
You saw you saw my map, this map before, right, Gavin? You've seen this map there before.
Yep.
You have the European R1B1
Yep.
that's separated from the Qs, the Q,
Yep.
and the R is the same thing. And then over here in America, what do you have over here? The Q3 over here came this way, and the R1B1 came from Europe, and it's the same. It's a two branches of the same tree, or two twigs of the same branch, or something.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
It's pretty funny, but that's what Europe is. And then, of course, this is japethite, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the Q. Q is japethite, and the ends. So the Q, the ends. I already said the Q, right?
Mm-hmm.
The N's, the Q's, and the R's are all the same thing, and the O's. The O's are too.
Mm-hmm.
And the invasion into Europe was from the Semite invasion, the lost tribes of Israel. That's
Yep.
the Semitic invasion. Not to mention the H1 Gypsies or Romanis and the G2s, and you
Mm-hmm.
have the H Dravidians. That's Semitic.
Uh-huh.
And of course, with the mitochondrial DNA, just about all of Europe is H, which is Semitic.
Right.
You notice this light blue over here in Europe?
Yes. 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 Yes.
All,
Yes.
all that light blue is all H, which is all Semitic
Okay.
from the lost tribes of Israel, probably,
Gotcha.
which went into Europe and of course North Africa.
Yep.
So interesting. The female uh, line, the maternal line, is considerably different from the paternal line
Mhm.
because when you have marauding tribes, who gets killed? Is the male? The males are getting eliminated, right? But the females proliferate, and that's
Yeah,
what it shows here.
sure.
So you have Semitic females, which is the ends, everything after the end, all the way into South America. This red is Semitic, but the blue is Japhetic. So the blue is Japhetic, and let me see, the purple, that's Semitic too, the purple.
Wow.
And the red is Semitic. The blue is Japhetic. And this purple is either the A or the U, I guess. I don't know which is which. I guess it's the A.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, A. I don't know. So the females seem to proliferate, while the Y chromosome males they just kind of got eliminated largely. See, there's only one Y chromosome here. I don't know.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's a little bit different.
Mhm. Mhm. Did you would know more than me, Jungle? Did Standing for Truth not write a book about um, the genome record going back to at least Noah?
Um, I think Jensen did.
Okay.
Um, Standing for Truth is getting up there though.
Right. 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 Right.
He's doing quite a bit. That's for sure. So here we have in case anybody's wondering, the difference between the three sons of Noah. You have three sons of Noah right here. They're separated actually. There's three distinct branches. The A, B, C, D, and E are separate from the G, H, I, J. Notice the there's not very many Y chromosomes for the Semitic Y chromosome, right?
Mhm.
Because probably they were eliminated. But in the Japhethite that went north, you have a lot of Y chromosome. It's the K element, O, P, Q, R, S, and T,
Mhm.
which is all Japhethite. But the uh, the Jewish population has the J2 and the I2 Y
Mhm.
chromosome is considerably is and found in considerable numbers. And if you notice, the the J and the I branch off from the same tree. It's really the same tree. Don't know if you can see very well, but of course the J separates into J1 and J2, and that's the difference between the Arabic descendants of Abraham and the Israeli descendants of Abraham.
Mhm.
And they're distinct populations, which I've seen other charts that show this being distinct populations,
Gotcha.
but they, of course, belong to the same tree, but they're distinct.
Yeah.
And the I2 is associated with the Jewish people. And from the I2, of course, came the I1, which is me. This is my number right here,
Right. Gotcha.
which is the the Vikings and the Anglo-Saxons that invaded Britain, Scotland, and my ancestors are from Scotland.
Uh-huh.
The paternal line.
Gotcha.
The majority of my ancestors are from Ireland, Wales, Scotland, whatever, around that area.
Right.
But they haven't been able to distinguish the difference between that and my German ancestry, which in the United States we have Germans here, the Amish, Mennonite Germans, and I do have probably maybe 20% German ancestry, and I don't think they've been able to detect that
Sure.
because when when my father was asked what people are or what he is, he said basically German. But
Yep.
that's because of the Mennonites in Kansas, the Yoders and stuff like that.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So we're here in the Midwest. So they got the CY chromosome look like going through Kansas and Arizona or somewhere. Or New Mexico, Arizona.
Gotcha.
And these are descendants of Nimrod, all the way into the northern tip of South America. And the Waorani is a tribe that killed the 5 missionaries, but then later received the gospel. The gospel
Yeah.
changed their lives,
Yeah, that was very courageous of the wives of those missionaries, eh?
Yeah, that's dedication and love for the people, that's for sure.
Wow.
And they're all descended from the C3 here, who is the Nimrod, the kingdom of the land of Shinar in Mesopotamia, right here.
Uh-huh.
They went east, generally speaking, instead of to Africa.
Sure. I understand.
And Nimrod is the son of Cush.
Right.
So this C3, if it was in this chart, would be down here, or the C. This is the C, but the E3 is the father of the C and the D, and all the A and the B's and these others, because the E3
Right.
is 3 people actually.
Yep.
The E3 is the Phoenicians, the Egyptians, and the Cushites. So it's Put, Mitzrayim, and Cush are the fathers of these 3 E3s. These are different E3s,
Right.
and they have they're different branches of the same E3 origin because they're all brothers. They're 3 brothers. And the
Sure.
other one would be Canaan, which is maybe an E3 or an E2, which is in the Jewish population probably.
Right.
But it's all very interesting. It's His DNA doesn't lie.
No.
Doesn't lie. Aborigines of Australia have about the same amount of Neanderthal DNA as Europeans. Well, yeah, because it's the autosomal. Autosomally, they're mixed with Asians, so they would have the Asian Neanderthals. Say that red hair is a recent mutation originated in Scandinavia. Yeah, recent, relatively speaking. I mean, because you have in Australia, you have it's an interesting mix here. You have the K4 and the C4. Of course, the C4 is Nimrod. C2s are in the Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia, and you have the CM130. But it's an interesting mix. It's not just C4. There's also S, I think, and T in Australia. And mitochondrially, you got, looks like the P. I don't know, it's hard to say. I wish they had it marked better. And then the Y chromosome. Yeah, here we go. The Y chromosome. This is easier. The C is the majority. The K, like what was mentioned, and the R. Well, the R is just Chapethite. But you have the K over here in the Papua New Guineas. The S. Where's the S? S is not on here. It's not on here. The other might be S. I don't know. Anyway, you have the S and the M, and the T's over here. Right here's the T. And you got the Andamanese. The Andamanese is the brother to Nimrod, or else one of his sons, but it's probably a brother of Nimrod, who is also a son of Cush, descendant of Cush. And that's why you have the same kind of features throughout Asia. That's from the Andamanese and the Nimrod autosomal DNA, which used to be in South America too. Used to be all the same features until it mixed autosomally with the Q. But it's great because DNA doesn't lie. DNA doesn't lie. Oh, there we go. I lost her there, I guess.
Yeah, I'm here, Jungle. I keep kicking myself off.
Thousands of years. Yeah. It's it all goes back to the same Sumerians and Nimrod's kingdom and the others, the Assyrians.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the reddish color seems to have appeared in the Jewish population, and some of the like the Scandinavians and such are from could be from the lost tribes of Israel as well.
Mm-hmm.
The people with the red hair. And I think even the red hair even reached New Zealand at one time,
Wow.
from what I heard. I don't know. But it was a previous population before the other people arrived in New Zealand.
Uh-huh.
So I guess that's it. I gotta go do a little bit of shopping, I guess, today. Get some breakfast. I gotta take a mask or something, maybe,
Yeah, probably.
in case they require it. No, they probably not everybody uses a mask here, but a lot of people do. I mean, before I don't know what if they changed. Maybe it's changed now. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the people are working. They're not using a mask.
Yeah.
But it's surreal in the airport, going through the airport. Taking a trip on the airplane
Yeah, yeah.
because I don't know. It's just like something took over, like a new emperor took over or something,
Seems like it.
and changed everything.
Yeah.
See, you notice the difference when you go from country to country, even if it's
Yeah.
European, it's different. It's still different because everything is different. Because one time I was on a train in Germany going south or something, and I fell asleep and I woke up in Switzerland and I got off and I didn't know. I thought I was still in Germany, but everything was different. I'm saying, boy, the buses are different. Everything is different. And then I go to put my stuff in a locker, and back in the day it said Franks. I'm thinking Franks. What's Frank? The Germans have marks, not francs. And then it dawned on me it was a Swiss franc. I fell asleep and woke up in Switzerland on the train, and I walked right past the conductors or whatever they were going to the restaurant because I woke up and I went to the restaurant. I walked right past them, and they didn't check me, you know. And I got off the train in Switzerland. I took a whole bunch of pictures, and the police confiscated all my pictures. And I told them because I went to them and told them I said I fell asleep on the train and woke up, and I got off in Switzerland. And I was in the army, so they let me back in to Germany, but they confiscated all my pictures. Because back in the day, it was film. It wasn't memory pictures. It was Kodachrome or whatever. Anyway, I guess I'll wrap it up because otherwise I'll just be using up my time. I got 4 hours and a half here. What do you think, Gavin?
Yeah, I'm pretty worn, Jungle. It's what is it? It's 1:36 a.m. in the morning for me here.
Okay.
Tuesday morning. So I'm pretty worn out.
Yeah, I gotta start. I gotta start Monday morning first before I think about it. Yeah.
I'll keep looking for those winning lottery numbers, brother.
Yeah. We could just sneak. You could sneak them over here.
Well, then we can buy a modern day debate channel. We can sack James and get rid of all the atheist mods.
Yeah.
Yeah, turn it into a Christian channel.
Yeah. He seems to like all the atheists. He wants to accept everybody. Anything and everything is accepted.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, do
Yeah.
what you want.
They
All right,
accept.
my friend. I'm gonna have to sign off.
Okay. Yeah. Likewise, we'll be. Just go ahead and
Yeah.
sign off. Draw near to God, and He
Amen.
will draw near to you.
Amen, brother. That is the truth.
You can be sure of it.
Yep. God bless, Jungle. Good
God
night.
bless. All right. Good night.